that was my reasoning for changing up my content. But why are people retiring?
Bob Scott quit his main channel to focus on his podcast, and Joel Haver quit weekly shorts to make monthly movies. And you might be sitting there wondering, why? Why is this happening? Why is everything I know and love dying? The world hates me, and I've got the answer for you. But
Why is this little avatar so angry? Here's a real answer. Maybe they're just bored. Maybe they've been making shorts for 13 years, and they're like, I want to do something a little bit different this year. And it's something that I've been thinking about for a long time, and they're like, this is how I'm going to affect a positive change in my life. I think it's that simple, honestly. I don't think there's anything crazy going on.
I want to start off by explaining what happens when you go full-time on YouTube. About a year and a half ago, I was lucky enough to finally make YouTube my full-time job.
All right.
I'm serving food for many years to finally having the opportunity to have my final day of work, tell every customer to suck my...
Okay, don't do that, even if you're going full-time on YouTube, but that is very funny. I mean, if he was working in fast food and his YouTube channel started making better money than doing fast food, which...
Let's fucking go. What's up? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? I see you peeping, but I don't hear you speaking. What's up?
Like his channel.
What's up, dude?
Kudos. I imagine that it wouldn't be that tricky if you really had a niche to get to that level. Anyway,
be able to spend all of my time doing what I love. But the issue with going full-time with YouTube is that it's kind of scary. When you're starting out on YouTube, before you have any sort of sizable audience, you're fueled by hope. Hope that one day you're going to be known amongst all the other people you watch. Hope that you'll make money off doing what you love, and hope that you'll have tons of subscribers who love your videos. And once you achieve that, once you quit your job or school and focus solely on making money through YouTube, you are now being fueled by fear. Every day goes on. I wonder if this video will blow up so people will notice me, to, oh fuck, if this video doesn't do well, I'm not going to be able to eat. And that's not a good reason.
yeah. People are like, why don't you do YouTube full time? And I'm like, yeah, it's really scary. That's a small part of it. In addition, I have a great job, so that doesn't hurt either. But I have to imagine that people who have made the jump, just staring at your views like, can I pay rent this week, would be terrifying.
Good place for you to be mentally when you're trying to make fun content. And logically, you think once it's your main job, you have more time, so you can make more videos, which means you'll get more views and more money. That makes sense, right? But that's not how it really works, because YouTube isn't like a regular job. In a regular job, if you go from 20 hours a week to 40 hours a week, you make double the money because you did double the work, or at least work double your hours. But on YouTube, you can go from making 4 videos a month to making 8 videos a month, or even 12 videos a month.
Grenade set!
Less money than when you were making 4 videos a month. So now knowing that, it makes sense why people are quitting or switching what they're doing.
Well, yeah. His whole video is focused around I don't know if the people that
incoming smoke!
I think he's set his life, so he's just fueled by the passion of creating content, right? And there was that other creator that spends a lot of time on his videos and, makes the art really fancy. He announced that he was I think it's the key to honestly being able to walk in your house and everything. I do think it is a little tiring. I think Matt's sort of a bad example because he has a whole team. But it's not tiring, but it's so it's always great when I get a new subscriber. So hit that subscribe button. Instead of having a big team, a shit ton of time, energy, and money into the generation, you can instead make commentary videos that take less time, less money to the team, and actually get way more of a reward out of it because it's most likely not going to get demonetized. You can put a sponsor in the video without it ruining the story. No, a team that's putting a shit ton of time. No, it's always great when I get new subscribers. Hit that subscribe button. Now, if you're already subscribed, hit that like button. For me, Canyon, for example, instead of having a big team that's putting a shit ton of time, energy, and money into each animation, you can instead make commentary videos that take less time, have less money,
This is crazy time. Focusing on content on your own. It's tiring of so it's always great when you get a new subscriber. So if you're already subscribed, instead of having a big team that's putting a shit ton of time, energy, and making into the channel, instead you want to take less time, have less content, and actually get way more than you're doing. It's most likely no, don't do that, everybody. Yeah, less time as well. This is crazy time. Why would anybody do that?
Good.
Oh, it's disgusting.
Kill them all.
It's so bored because it's about this is a video for 30 minutes.
Glorious.
It shows it to everyone. And we have reviewed those videos multiple times what it was for an anime. I don't know if everybody's just doing it for money though. Like the people that run his videos and makes them really, really fancy. YouTube isn't like a regular job. In a regular job, it's more for work. Run his videos.
I will not be merciful.
So long.
Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, bro.
It is.
Nah, bro. That's the shit I be talking.
I think Matt's sort of a bad example because he has like a whole team.
Get out of my goddamn
It's always great when a team shit ton of time.
Oh, you're out.
Sponsoring the video without it ruining the story. No, don't do that, everybody. Yeah, less time.
Vanquished.
Crazy time.
Throwing shot.
Oh, it's busted.
Enemy spotted.
I didn't know 20 minute videos like do better. I personally
Target eliminated.
You would allow these greedy, petulant humans to lay claim to our world? I see.
It's a smart business. Now, in my case, I've gone from being full-time for over a year and a half to now not being full-time. Now I have other shit I gotta do in order to keep coming. And I'm still that's the answer. These people live and breathe this. When it's good, that's how they do it.
Anyone out there?
Groundwalker.
Keys thing is this a clever hook? Or is this it?
Come on. Just give up. Kill them. All of them. Break these humans. Enemy
Bro,
mark.
what the f- You guys didn't come back at all? Like, why the fuck did you guys all push our spawn? That's weird.
I really like that video. That was the new second.
What the fuck? I swear I just seen somebody speed by.
Spice things up a little bit. So to speak. Anyway, thanks for watching. Subscribe.
What the fuck?
He's got to get to that, what was it, 8-minute, 1-second mark. Yeah. He said stuff in it.
Keep them coming!
I don't know why I was fucking doing that.
Gives to major attention is already hitting the fan. Keeps cheating, constant delays, and a whole slew of other technical difficulties that aren't being solved by the team.
Bro, why the motherfuckers think they can cheat
The high
video game?
the
Like,
next era be defeated.
you must think you got some futuristic ass fucking shit going on if you think you could just super go undetected by any type of like
If I could
counter.
describe CS2 2023 in one word, the announcement practically broke the internet, but the very limited beta left many lifelong fans feeling shafted. And once the game did come out, things got even more complicated.
Incoming shot!
Now, it's
Eliminated.
a new beginning, a whole year of Counter-Strike being kicked off by the
Unacceptable!
See, despite Counter-Strike 2's rocky road, the tournaments thus far have been pretty solid. Sure, a few hiccups here and there, but what tournament doesn't? Here's the caveat. Last year, we were still very much transitional here. Players were adjusting and teams were now,
Bro, get the fuck out of here!
Oh no, you died! So long.
What is up with this fucking game? Too slow, then it's too fast, then it's too slow, then it's too fast. You know why it's too fast? Because all of a sudden the ping is accurate. If the ping was like 30, all of a sudden I'd be hitting the shot like I'm used to. Bro, what? What? I did 100% on a guy who's not dead? Oh, I killed him. I was gonna say, what the fuck, man? This game is weird.
Hostiles!
let's just start with the logistics. Just straight up lose without your why this is even happening.
Bro, what the fuck? How is that even possible? It makes no fucking sense. That was fucking goofy, dog.
Sure, the idea of having a bit more understanding would be nice, but given the hundreds of matches they need to get through, they might just not have enough. But it sure as hell doesn't help when the TOs lack the manpower to resolve these issues. More on that later, because the shit show did not stop. There have been several instances of players attempting to inform the TOs of alleged cheaters. No, tranquila. Ahora se viene. ¡Eh! ¡Te pillé! ¡Pasó al otro lado del ladrillo!
Bro, I had a slice of cake today.
Now,
It was 14 bucks from a place called the Milk Bar in Las Vegas. This shit,
Make things even more complicated for the TOs. During one of OG's
very good,
matches,
very good.
the coach of the opposing team was accused of cheating. Allegedly, Coach Roofire was in a Discord call with his team, watching a zero-delay live stream of the match and giving his players information. And for some bizarre reason, Roofire streamed himself doing this, and as a result, his team was disqualified shortly after beating OG. Yes, it
was resolved, and honestly, there's not that much you can do to stop people from doing blatantly stupid shit like this, but it just adds to the ongoing dumpster fire that is this cursed Armand. And maybe these issues would have been easier to swallow if the admins were more
I felt like it was
helpful.
something on my
Especially
face
in
or
these
something.
massive open qualifiers, it's a big deal that admins help players with any and all problems they have. But according to multiple pros, the admins weren't doing their jobs, either taking too long to respond, providing unhelpful information, or not replying altogether. Some have suggested that this is due to a lack of admins to go around, but many aren't accepting this excuse this late in the game. And all that frustration has seemingly seeped into the Discord channel for the RMR, with users now spamming form. All in all, players and fans alike aren't happy, claiming this is one of the worst qualifiers in Counter-Strike.
Take them out and limit your losses. It's quite simple.
About their dissatisfaction, like Nico, Free, and Simple, who I must add isn't even there. Like I said,
I
at
don't
the
care
top,
if you're
this
knackered.
was supposed to
No
be
slacking
the
out
official
here.
start of a new Counter-Strike era. But thanks to PGL's bullshit
Yes.
organizer, it's just another shit show and off quarantine.
Hostile neutralized.
Lack of manpower, cheaters seeking
Throwing fire! Now who's expendable? What? Did you really think you could beat me? Locked, loaded, and locked again!
Good work.
PGL could change
Bullseye.
best option right now. Fix it, it's probably going to be very expensive and might not even be possible since
Call
they're
it, mate.
technically.
Your shit.
Now, you might be thinking, isn't it worth it? But if they do change, problems continue. Counter-Strike 2 just isn't.
Shot him.
Maybe, just maybe, CS2's going to change.
Perfect timing.
Spuya put out this tweet
Fire.
that was probably since I had to read it now. He said, quote, I think I'd rather put a toothpick in my toenail than the wall to deal with this unqualified experience again. Really didn't want to think about that first time.
No, that was a fucking cheap shot!
About mocap actors being people who just apply emotion to a character. These are actors.
Walk it off.
All make mistakes. They're not just a public fools.
Turn and die, motherfucker!
You have defaced them,
She goes up to Rain
I
and starts
asked
cutting
for
her loose.
nothing
I
less.
don't think there was a dry eye on the stage that day when the scene was happening, including Aaliyah. I remember Rod showing that to the entire studio, saying, look, this is the kind of dedication these actors are giving to these moments. They're heavy moments.
Come on, you got a
The
Carmine
difference
on your
between these two
side,
heavy
people!
moments in
No.
Gears 2 and Gears 4 is the difference of skill, scale, and talent. Writing is stronger, more confident than it used to be, and this is
Drop one.
it's good enough on its own to enable the actors to tap into its melancholy and express that melancholy in her performance. And finally, technology has evolved to the point now where it's that the physical subtleties of those expressions from the actor are able to be rendered alongside the much louder special effects aspects of the scene. Exist now, this complementary aspect.
Down in front.
Might not be as strong if Gears 4 had not put so much time into forming the bonds between its principal cast members and making the ensemble dynamics completely airtight. It is unfair to say that Gears of War 4 is a bad game, or really even a weak entry in the series. I think it is fair to say that its creative priorities were different than any previous title. It asked different creative questions, and it gave different creative answers. Gears of War 1 kicked off its trilogy, began quickly with Slate, and built its characters and its world at the same time, was admirably deft to doing both at once. Gears of War 4 inherits the world. There are choices already made that it cannot contradict. Characters it doesn't feel entitled to be prioritized or to sacrifice. The entire constellation of mechanical subsystems that it had remained so faithful to. It really from scratch to be exactly.
Come here, you shit!
It feels like the
Teamwork,
pioneering
unity.
responsibility.
A real gear lives by these values, and you are real
What was coming next, and in this narrow but important role, I think it completely succeeded. It needed continuity between Marcus and JD, including resonance with how
It didn't
Marcus
texture
was
under this man's arm.
did, resolving it
Crazy.
by integrating both past and
weird.
present casts into one at its climax. It needed continuity between the lore and history of the world, which it established from the introductory chapter forward, portraying the Pendulum Wars, visiting Fort Rebel and its history museum, visiting the Locust mass graves, seeing what they metastasized into. And lastly, Gears 4 needed a hook that could tie not only past to present, but to future as well. And that's what we have here at the very last. A passing of a Locust talisman from Reyna to Kate as a final dying act. A talisman that's even a collectible item in Gears 2. It's got indirect foreshadowing credentials on top of everything else. Gears of War 4 might not be the best Gears of War game. Its structure is a bit of a mess. It's oddly paced and oddly prioritized compared to what came before or what comes after. Yet, even where I disagree with its design, there's a logic and a creative impulse behind those changes that I find persuasive. It's a lush and beautiful production. It's a true AAA action experience. My complaints are all less grounded in what it was than what I felt it could be if it had simply come from a more creatively daring approach. Gears of War 5 is that it's more action-packed than Gears of War 4 was halfway through.
Fuck, man.
Foundational elements of mechanical design and artistic style are absolutely consistent with the entire rest of the franchise, going all the way back to Gears of War 1. In fact, the very opening of the game is a deliberate attempt to refocus what's to come, characters, and with its structure. We have here at the very last, a passing of a... Yet, even where I disagree with its design, there's a logic and a creative impulse behind those changes that I find persuasive. It's a lush and beautiful production. It's a true AAA action experience. My complaints are all less grounded in what it was than what I felt it could be if it had simply come from a more creatively daring approach. Gears of War 5 is that game, denser and more action-packed from the get-go than Gears of War 4 was even halfway through. And yet, it didn't achieve its running start in isolation. Gears of War 4 spent essentially all its creative effort building the momentum from which Gears 5 would benefit more than Gears 4 itself ever did. I love Gears of War 5 the best out of all of them, in ways that can never actually be separated out from the full arc of the broader franchise. Gears of War 5 unites and revises huge chunks of lore and world building. It also takes more risks with its characters and with its structure. Despite all its attention paid to the past, it never wallows in any kind of wistful or backwards nostalgia. Each detail Gears 5 brings together is chosen for its necessity, relevance, and repositioning the story to look forward into something new. It's almost a shame to do this video without a Gears of War 6 being released, because that would almost certainly recontextualize a number of elements of the story here and call attention to some of its more minor world-building details. That is, after all, exactly what Gears Gears of War 5 immediately starts doing to Gears of War 4. The transition from JD to Cade is left cleverly incomplete at the beginning of Gears 5. The whole first act has him still in the player 1 slot and holding those associated expectations, and then Act 1 ends with a truly dramatic severing of the bonds that we spent the last game establishing, even going so far as to make the previous game's squad dynamic a little bittersweet with foreknowledge of what's to come. It's a bit like the opening of Gears 3. Sure, it seems like a lot of change at once, but only if you haven't been paying attention to the way it's all been consistently foreshadowed and extensively set up in previous titles. Where Gears 4 is the least eventful Gears title, Gears 5 is arguably the most eventful. Not only is it longer than any previous campaign, the middle sections of the campaign use semi-open world design to expand these acts into experiences more advanced and cohesive than before. These are bookended by more traditionally linear introductory climactic acts. While it might seem surprising to see so many structural changes, especially compared to the last game, consider all the ways Gears 5 resists fundamental change. The rhythm and sensations of the weapons are the same. The look and feel of the animations are the same. The balance of grandeur and mercy is the same. The mixture of playful joy and background is the same. These foundational elements of character design and artistic style are absolutely consistent with the entire rest of the franchise, going all the way back to Gears of War 1. In fact, very after decades of maintenance, the hammer
bro, like I just don't fucking get. Gears is fucking so annoying, bro. Maddie! Kratos! Mad Dog! Lay down! Lay down, Kratos. Lay down. Bad dog.
genocide, genocide, and fated legends. To this new generation, it seemed like
Keep 'em coming!
civilization had a wolf in its face.
There's a lot of fire!
Bro, what?
Would fight to remove herself from the legacy of that woman's tag that she inherited.
That's coming in.
Sort of personally her. It's the iron.
Nice try!
Some dark moments in the narrative, but nothing made any sense exactly. None of the bad things that happened could be interpreted as consequences from anything besides the two-person pattern for being to think his super weapons would be 100% effective. Not so for Gears 5. Act 1 attempted to save and have the settlement from a major offensive by the Swarm, putting new characters into a situation eerily similar to the early days of the Locust conflict. Gears 4 was a small past conflict that had narrow scope. This war is chaotic, out of control, just like Swarm. Initially, though, the vibe is kind of heroic. Very well, as
Bro, it doesn't make sense.
So they did. It's a pretty compliant place afterwards. Out of the way. It's not something
Enemy mark!
the initial necessary was to display his powers around conscience instead of squander at the expense of the soldiers he was supposed to be reinforcing. This new trilogy, despite the banter-heavy dialogue and more colorful world, the story flips then from JD into something much darker. His crime was uncritically obeying and giving orders. He was one of the triggermen that day. Not only that, he gave the order to fire. In shame, JD left with Cog, but he lied to Dell about it, and never said a word to Kate. I know that had something to do with their strained relationship. JD's involvement in an explicit act of authoritarian violence acts as kind of training with self-assurance and swagger, which in the last game never stood JD wrong. What is the darkest
Oh, come the fuck on, bro. The dude in the furthest corner. I don't get it, man. The dude furthest away from me gets me down. Like, come on, bro. The way shots. Just don't get it in this one. But for this guy, look at how smooth it is. Door, man, huh? Let's see.
My mark.
Is given total social superiority. Qualifies them better than the nameless faces.
This is battle etiquette.
GT regrets the obvious mistake of his career before battle it. Judging by last game, his heart is not that heavy about it. There's a man saying this is an unfair retcon.
Enough of this ridiculous
alters the trajectory of the story. First, the sense of betrayal. Kate and Dell want little to do with JD after learning this, and so did I. It's rare that a game successfully corrupts the dynamic that an audience is familiar with.
85, bro.
Dynamic, fun. Easy. To take the camaraderie and make the memory of it intact and delete it instead. That takes guts. Trust the same government that
Bro, what?
stole his own grandfather from him and destroyed his entire world with its hatred and greed, right? I don't trust him. To become a man. That is not choice. What an awful thing.
On to the next.
I love it. This guy up top did nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing.
How easy it is to want to be his aw shucks demeanor for things that in truth. JD's enemy is his ego. And to demonstrate that, he orders a Hammer of Dawn strike on a swarm unit advancing on an evacuation convoy. It's a bad situation. The convoy is important. Cautions JD not. JD demands that Baird come through anyway. The weapon is open. It's imprecise. It kills friend and foe, guilty and innocent alike. He made the same choice in miniature that the old COG made global. Take the shot, no matter the cost, and then suffer the destruction of everything you hope to save by doing so. How could someone like JD, such a nice boy, commit an indisputable war crime? Well, it was easy. He thought he was right, and then he stopped thinking about it at all. How could he be wrong? Isn't he, after all, the main character? What's so bold about this as a storytelling beat is that it essentially sacrifices him in the square shoulders, the square jaw on which to rest the trilogy. Instead, reprioritize the anti-war themes that have been so critical to the storytelling at large in the Gears of War franchise. So, in life, no one person is any more worthy than another. Heroism is something you do, not something you intrinsically have. JD wasn't born a hero because he was born a phoenix, born into the royalty of the correct narrative dynasty. He thought he was, though, and in that conviction he made mistakes that will never let him be the kind of true hero that his father was. Mistakes that cost him his friends, mistakes that cost him the player one position itself. Games almost never allow their storytelling to dole out a consequence like this to a character, let alone one as important as JD. He was the golden rule. Are the statues that the COG puts on marble pedestals to convince people that compliance is a higher moral virtue than compassion, and only service guarantees citizenship. I mean, that's all kind of heavy, right? Well, the very first chapter of Act 2 keeps the loss and the sadness coming for a while. When that's over, the COG opens up into its back-to-back small set pieces. To take the player and Kate away from the cinematic tragedy and point them instead towards a purposeful, curious exploration of a suddenly much larger world than Gears of War has ever shown at once. In an interview, one of the lead developers of the God of War is Sarosh to understand the world arrangement. Why the difference applies to Gears 5 in the
Bro, what the fuck?
Doesn't use a hub system at all, which significantly differentiates the feel of it. The God of War reboot was like the previous God of War games, deeply mechanical, full of secrets, prioritizing player exploration and interactivity. Gears 5 also keeps the traditions of its predecessors, but its predecessors are cinematic and design intentions. They're interactive, but in much more equal proportions to their traditional storytelling and cutscenes. As such, there are much fewer secret pieces. Each piece of both in important war context and in unusually challenging combat encounter. Connect to the points of interest, but it's unclear. There's no real reason to return to the safe zone for the only safe zone there are no events or changes that occur. These areas are just large, featured wilderness areas meant to add an element of player choice to the progression and better suggest the true size and scale of this empty, dying world. In some reviews I've seen, people suggest that this is an underutilization of the old world format, but I think it's actually very important. It allows you to rapidly shape the structure of the content while still maintaining the pace and style of your action game. None of the side content feels frivolous like grinding or purely interactive like discovering a secret. They're just extremely short supplementary chapters within the larger chapters of the main novel. In choosing not to go for a maximalist approach to their open world elements, Gears 5 stayed truer to the pacing and purpose of the older Gears of War titles, blended those older titles with a new and a way that makes it feel effortlessly democratic, whereas the games have always been intended to do this sort of thing, but not now. Another element of what makes it feel so connected to the world is the choice of setting, the environment of Hope and Dr.Door, the elements of Gears of War 2. Out in the Hills is a cornucopia of Gears of War history. There's side content that features lost equipment from the time around Emergence Day, there's primary content about a deep and dangerous mine that involves raids, there's side stories about scavengers who have among the wreckage of Grindlift transports destroyed during Gears 2, the rusty piles in the snow that turn out to be a vehicle that bear full mile once upon a war.
Very nice.
The center of the actual plot of the act pivots around returning to New Hope, the scene of the crime victims, and discovering more of the backstory of the Marcus there. As you roam from place to place on your rather beautiful windsail vehicle, you roam backwards and forwards in the timeline, placing these different points in history in better context by using a landscape instead of an encyclopedic codex to arrange them. It's spectacularly done, and basically what it is, a wide linear vessel in which to hold a multitude of classic traditional Gears of War games. Act 2 hits up on its winning ratio of side content designed to player choice. Gears 5 demonstrates the strength of this formula by missing out. The record of Asgard is one of the most striking settings of the entire franchise, but its reliance on the backtracking heavy main progression paired with more monotonous side content keeps it from feeling as creative as the previous entries. This act is completely centered on one enormous task that every single part of the main progression serves in a much narrower way than the previous act. Act 2 was a search and scavenger. You went through and were fine, and you found a wide variety of surprising things. Act 3 is a procedure. Sure, you can do some parts before the others, but it's less of a wide linear experience, closer to a classic linear design. This is kind of a function of the plot, as well as mechanical choice. The setting of Dr.Door, a reimagination of a familiar setting, was able to deftly combine memory and novel. The past and present were presented as shared. So a layer of memory is a layer of memory, a layer of memory of the cog, a layer of apprehension about the cog beings, all that overlap. Asgard has no such familiarity to build off of. It has to establish its through lines in a different way. It can't compare and contrast one player experience with another, so it has to build all of its context and all of its backstory as it goes along. This is obviously the higher priority compared to just a single adventure. Focus on talking about
End of story.
Bro, get the fuck out of here! I hit her like 4 fucking times! She should have been down! How does that make any sense? And I get obliterated, so then why didn't her head fall off? It makes no sense. If I got any pellets at all, she should have just been fucking dead.
Target my mark!
Most impressively, you have the encroachment of the Crimson Desert on the old Asgari cities, now lying buried mostly hidden. A large part of the main map isn't filled with optional areas, but serves as just a linear puzzle where you have to make your way to the end, through Asgard's extreme weather, which includes lightning that superheats the sand and cuts the obsidian pillars there's two incompatible truths. Truth one is Kate's truth, and Dell's, and Marcus's, and Fawcett's, where the best way forward is with the most powerful weapon. So they need.
Damn, I don't get it.
This isn't just the death of humans, but the death of whole ecosystems, cultures, of the local world. The emotion part was an articulation by rap war anxiety that words more explicitly of cold war anxiety, an anti-war message about the age of weapons. But that was
Sweet dude!
See you later. Enemy spotted.
I don't know why he pushed that.
That's the end of it for everybody. Nuclear weapons are the absolute pinnacle of military technology and ballistic science. And here's how
Oh, fucking A.
Messed you up pretty good, huh?
The past is more compelling than the present in Act 3, leading to a certain sense of monotony in the present. It's annoying, like actually fixing something is sometimes annoying. It takes a long time to get your bearing on the procedure, then it turns out you don't have the tools and somehow is fixing something. The fixing of it was the minority of the time that you statues that the god puts on marketplaces to convince people to this is a higher virtue and passion than his service guarantees citizenship. I mean, that's all kind of heavy, right? The first chapter of Act 2 keeps the loss and the sadness coming for a while. That's over. Here's how it opens up into its back-to-back small open worlds, and this is the future of them to recover, to take the player and Kate away from the cinematic tragedy and point them instead towards a purposeful, curious exploration of a suddenly much larger world than Gears of War has ever shown at once. In an interview, one of the lead developers of the God of War reboot called its approach to another semi-open world arrangement "I think the phrase applies equally well to Gears 5. In the God of War, it's kind of content that concerns the player accumulated powers and the areas expanded. Then the main content branched off into other side modes with less extensive optional content. Gears 5 doesn't use a hub system at all, which significantly differentiates the feel of it. The God of War reboot was like the previous God of War games, deeply mechanical, full of secrets, prioritizing player exploration and interactivity. Gears 5 also keeps the traditions of its predecessors, but its predecessors are cinematic and linear in their design intentions. They're interactive, but in much more equal proportions to their traditional storytelling and cutscenes. As such, there are much fewer secret places compared to the length of 9, but each piece of optional content has both an important lore context and an unusually challenging combat encounter. Large areas connect to points of interest, but it's unfair to call them hubs because nothing is real. There is no real reason to return to the safe zones where the NPCs are. There are no events or changes that occur. These areas are just large, featured wilderness areas meant to add an element of player choice to the progression and better suggest the true size and scale of this feedback. In some reviews I've seen,
Bow bow, motherfucker. Bop bop with the.
resounding. It allows the game to radically shake up the structure of content delivery, but still maintain the pace and style of a fully linear action game. None of the side content feels frivolous like interactive like discovering a secret. They're just extremely short and supplementary chapters within the larger chapters of the main plot. Choosing not to go for a maximalist approach to their open world elements, Gears 5 stayed truer to the pacing and purpose of the older Gears of War titles, blended those older titles with the new in a way that makes it feel effortlessly correct, as if the games had always been intending to do this sort of thing, but hadn't really gotten around to it until now. Another element of what makes it feel so connected to what came before is the choice of setting, the environment around New Hope and Mount Kadar, the wintry mountain highlands of Gears of War 2. Out in the Hills is a cornucopia of Gears of War history. There's side content that features lost equipment from the time around Emergence Day, there's primary content about a deep and dangerous mine that was a locust grave site, there's side stories about scavengers who fell victim to grisly ends, arena battles among the wreckage of grindlift transports destroyed during Gears 2, little rusty piles in the snow that turn out to be a vehicle that bared and coal piled. once upon a war. Plus, the center of the actual plot of the act pivots around returning to New Hope, the scene of the crime for the lovers, and discovering more of the backstory than Marcus did. As you roam from place to place on your rather beautiful windsail vehicle, you roam backwards and forwards in the timeline, placing these different points in history in better context by using a landscape instead of an encyclopedic codex to arrange them. It's spectacularly done and uniquely paced for what it is, a wide linear vessel in which to hold a multitude of classic traditional Gears of War moments. Act 2 hits on what really is a winning ratio of side content to main content, linear design to player choice. Gears 5 demonstrates the strength of this formula by miscalculating it in its very next instance in the wide linear approach. The Red Desert of Vazgar is one of the most strikingly, violently scenic settings in the entire franchise, but its reliance on a recursive, backtracking-heavy main progression paired with more monotonous side content keeps it from feeling as creative as the previous act. This act is completely centered on one long, enormous task that every single part of the main progression serves in a much narrower way than the previous act. Act 2 was a search and scavenger hunt. You weren't sure what you would find, and you found a wide variety of surprising. Things. Act 3 is a procedure. Sure, you can do some parts before the others, but it's less of a wide linear experience and closer to a classically linear design. This is kind of a function of the plot as well as a mechanical choice. The previous setting of Mount Kadar, as a reimagination of a familiar setting, was able to deftly combine memory and novelty. The past and present were presented as shifting layers. A layer of memory is Player 1 in Gears 2, a layer of memory of the cog that was, a layer of apprehension about the cog that is, all of it overlapping and blending. It leveraged its familiarity in compelling ways. Asgard has no such familiarity to build off of. It has to establish its through lines a little differently. It can't compare and contrast one player experience with another, so it has to build all its context and all of its backstory as it goes along. The world building is obviously the higher priority compared to just simple banter, but if we're focused on talking about the past, there can't be a major distraction in the present. So, what we have then is a kind of reimagined Cold War scenario. Back during the Pendulum Wars, the COG fought another government called the UIR. Asgard was a UIR satellite state, kind of like a former Soviet bloc state before the former was applicable. They had their own Hammer of Dawn program, farther behind, never completed. The COG's own Hammer of Dawn would itself never have been completed if they hadn't have won the Pendulum Wars and seized all of the UIR research. But now that the COG satellite network is down, the only way to refresh it is to launch that old UIR equipment. After Emergence Day, after the Hammer of Dawn was used to carve up the planet, the weather became unstable. So you get the electrical wind flares of rain and lightning in Gears 4, the super blizzard conditions of the past act, and most impressively, you have the encroachment of the Crimson Desert on the old Asgari cities, now lying buried and mostly abandoned. A large part of the main map isn't filled with optional areas, but serves as just a linear puzzle where you have to make your way to the end through Asgard's extreme weather, which includes lightning that superheats the sand and creates instant obsidian pillars which can be used as cover in combat or obstacles during traversal. So, the main plot of Act 3 holds two incompatible truths. Truth 1 is Kate's truth, and Dell's, and Marcus's, and newcomer Fawz's, where the best way to win a war is with the most powerful weapon, so they need the Hammer of Dawn. Truth 2 is all around them. This weapon destroyed the world. Its legacy isn't just the death of your enemies, but the death of whole ecosystems, cultures, a global death. Where the Emulsion plot was an articulation of Iraq War anxiety, the Hammer of Dawn is more explicitly a Cold War anxiety.
Damn, they backed out because we got Spire, bro.
The Cold War is over, but that doesn't mean that anyone is actually safe from these things. The one single argument you can make in their favor is mutually assured destruction, the idea that nuclear weapons won't be used because, tactically, they cannot be used. Using one would provoke a response in kind, and that's the end of it for everybody. Nuclear weapons are the absolute pinnacle of military technology and ballistic science, and Gears 5 Act 3 does a great job of using the aesthetics of industry to suggest the excitement of that military science. Launching the satellite is the closest any of these characters will ever get to touching the stars, and by perpetuating this weapon, they're, ironically, putting the stars further away from them without ever meaning to. Without spending so much time on the ruins of the past, there would be no thematic counterweight to the gee-whiz capital letter science of the Hammer of Dawn satellite launch. No irony, no complication. The past is more compelling than the present in Act 3, leading to a certain sense of monotony in the present. It's annoying, like actually fixing something is sometimes annoying. It takes a long time to get your bearing on the procedure, then it turns out you don't have the tools and parts, so you go to the store, you come back, you discover another thing you forgot, you put your jacket back on, you go out again, you get a call asking if you can run another errand while you're out and about. And by the end of the process, you can sum up as fixing something. The fixing of it
Bro,
was
what the
minority
fuck?
of the time that you actually spent that day. Side content can't even help the
Unable
situation
to
because
what?
it's just two sets of 3 similar activities. Find a lost Vesgari scout, or help turn the water back on to the uninhabited section of the desert. They also primarily exist in the present tense as errands, not the way side content in Act 2 connected the threads together. I hope that Gear 6 eventually continues the wide linear trend, because I feel like if the scope of Act 3 in the Vazgar Desert had been wider, if it had simply diversified its content more, it would have been just as good as the previous attempt. There's more here to try, more here to perfect with the wide linear approach, and if nothing else, Gears of War is a franchise that owns its mistakes and improves on them. Acts 2 and 3 are united in one thing, at least, and that's how they use the corrupted dynamic between JD, Del, and Kate to build up to a moment of loss in Act 4 that is more genuinely surprising than any previous dramatic or climactic character death that Gears of War has done. Act 2 is Kate's story alone. Del is there to offer fire support and offer emotional support, but it is Kate's story. It begins with a trip to see her Uncle Oscar in the outsider village that he runs now. His role there is even foreshadowed in a Gears 4 post-credit scene. What's cool, though, is that the village was constructed in the remains of the riftworm that you killed in Gears 2. Its bones and decaying body provide for the outsiders, provide a basis for an economy, and what a cool little symbol of how the world has moved on in a more general sort of way. Kate's been having visions of the swarm, though, and when the village is attacked, she ends up accidentally controlling them from inside one of those kidnapping creatures, the Snatchers. It's not a cutscene either, but the player who controls the swarm in this sequence. You can do nothing, you can fight the other swarm, you can even deliberately attack the townspeople with your keys. No control. You move up through more and more difficult enemies until the largest of them reaches a point where you can't control them.
The Queen's name.
Kill them all. Kills Uncle Oscar with Kate trapped in the pilot seat. Perhaps this is part of what drives Kate's fixation on man. It's the illusion of control that she's chasing. I wonder if Gear 6 will adopt this body hopping mechanic further, as this one sequence is the only time it happens in Gears 5. But the enemy is cryptic and inconclusive. Climax of Act 2 is an echo of Gears 2 Act 3, where Kate confronts Niall Sampson's electric
I shoot him, get a full spread. No, he doesn't die and he kills me.
It's so interesting, though. Kate is forced to trust Niles and climb into his giant, weird science apparatus, which will connect her to the Matriarch, a giant locust berserker kept in a tank. The Matriarch serves as a kind of hive mind of this form. Locusts were united under Queen Mira. See, this ended up manifesting as a physical characteristic. Queen is gone and felt from control the swarm and its Niles' machine allows Kate to touch its mind. Niles seems to have expected this to kill Kate, but instead, within the hive mind, she discovers some lost remnant of her mother's psyche, which awakens to leave the swarm anew. So where the Phoenix Dynasty defined the last trilogy, it's Mira's lineage that actually defines this new one. What's cryptic is that by all accounts, Kate is cured of her connection to the swarm. The plotline is resolved, but not a single thing Niall says can actually be trusted as exposition. And the extent of exactly how Niall is trying to use Kate in this sequence is still unusual.
Bro, what the fuck? I pulled the trigger. I don't even know when and where the shot came out, bro.
It wasn't at all this exposition heavy. Much of what exposition there was came from drawings. Gears 4 clarifies those games, fills in language space, then Gears 5 does even more. Structuring things this way builds meaningful connectivity between titles. Much about Rainbow. I'm down! These things will make obvious what means for the forthcoming Gears games. Or the games are games
Oh, no.
Gears 4 about why he left the COG, or how Negan's based around Adam Phoenix and Marcus Phoenix's prime. He's willing to sell pain consider how dull is used between Gears 4 and 5. In Gears 4, he's the third. In Gears 5, he's player 2 for both JD and Here's their experience is so closely tied together. Platform brings them all back together. It's JD who's now in the third slot, the unknown character whose personal dynamic has to be. When JD and Foz come back to offer help, Kate is willing to accept JD's apology to let him help as the friend that she's always known. Foz is here too, I guess. So, won't you forgive me? Look at his medial face. Is that the face of a monster, or is that the face that you know of player 1? One of the big dialogue surprises of the third act is that Foz is so tight before and now is loaded with questions that it makes Foz, as a sarcastic outsider, a wonderful foil in dialogue. He helps keep everything light and snappy. Flip side is, he is also the most unrepentant cog stooge of them all and doesn't even feel bad about killing all those protesters. He was joking, if you recall, about the murders back in Act 1, the same way he's more immediately joking about stuff now. Foz is kind of weather vane of sentiment, even leaving out the memory and importance of J.D. Phoenix, the main character. And you, as a player, feel no, just because they quit with a punchline. If yes, then likely you'll side with J.D. as well, and the path of cog skepticism that business will be closed forever. If no, then perhaps later on you will hold J.D. accountable, perhaps you'll be unable to forgive more than you promise, and will choose to leave a bond.
Why do I feel it?
That choice is coming. Let's do this! Yeah! Whoa! Critically, Baird can't bring himself to forgive JD at all for involving him in what happened at the end of Act 1. Baird's one of the most familiar voices in the game besides Marcus himself. If Baird is so visibly a the guy, then this is a cue for the player also to step back and reassess the relationship with the younger Phoenix. It's notable how often Baird is around JD, how is there to feel so conflicted. Would he have been stronger fascist choices? I feel like it speaks to me more as an American than it doesn't, because trying to parse the difference between personal choice and professional action is incredibly difficult and often painful for everyone involved. Now, in the case of Gears 5, what JD did is crime beyond the kind you typically encounter in real life. There's a reason, after all, he didn't tell Kate or Dell. It makes it impossible to see him the same way again. It's the urge to forgive that I want to talk about. I met someone who was an artilleryman. At least. He's kind, he's got a family, he's got kids. I find him very personal, but I honestly wish him well. Yet his job was hugely destructive. A task where it's impossible to know the real consequence or the human cost of your place in the machine of war. The anonymity and interchangeability of soldiers is a necessary moral defense in addition to a structural requirement. If not him, someone else would be manning. So there would be. If I held him personally, morally responsible, it would bring it back. It wouldn't help anything. It would remind me that he did not already know. Neither would it help for me to pretend that I was somehow above him, passively from all the exact same traces of government that criminals and violence lead to, without having to be bothered with enemies of war. Just as it isn't my place to forgive, it isn't my place either to feign innocence among the living. I know easy life, fighting deep difference that we have secret. Here's what I have listened to enormously. Stance, exactly. JD and Foz isn't that extending the issue like a new South title night. Instead, it feels like a very familiar, very real feeling of confusion, accountability, and hypocrisy that he almost need just to be socially functional as an American. If I lived my ideals so legalistically that I cut everyone I know who's ever been in the military out of my life,
I'm just happy it actually worked.
Kill the almanacs!
Does it make me a hypocrite? From an absolutist perspective, it might. But is it any more hypocritical than pretending I'm not part of the same society? So, again, it's like JD's It's not even Kate's fault to forgive JD. She's not the one who's wrong. Yet, she's tempted to. I would be tempted to. Foz can absolutely go fuck himself. He doesn't feel bad at all. I don't feel bad for him. Yet, it's not that I would be tempted to Kate's shoes. It's going to sound gross to some people, but it runs contrary to my actually pretty basic beliefs that murdering innocent people for the state is bad. But that is precisely what I find so compelling about the way is over, presumably they come home, supposing that they don't revel in it. Because, I mean, there are several humans out there for whom the violence and war is a big part of their personalities. About what they've done, besides, perhaps, pride.
There's no coming back from
Now
that one.
what the hell? Boy, what the hell? Oh my God, no way. Oh.
Pick up a smoke. Throw his flashbang. Scratch one, vial back.
What the hell? Fuck was that, man?
Sits on top of the first city you ever saw.
What the motherfuck, man? It annoys the shit out of me, mate. The way shots come out of this bloody fucking game. You never really can tell what the fuck is happening to you, can you?
Incoming smoke.
Everyone said castle on the swamp, but I put it all the same just to show them. Sank into the swamp. So I built a second one. That sank into the swamp. So I built a third. That burned down, fell over, then sank into the swamp. But the fourth one stayed up. And that's what you're going to get, lad. The strongest castle in all of England. End quote. I mean, that's pretty much the whole new cog in a nutshell. Surely the strongest castle in all of England, because it can't be any farther down to sink. This feeling of cyclical failure, of personal helplessness in the face of systemic dysfunction, is why I chose to let JD die. Often a binary choice in a game can seem almost arbitrarily binary, like how in Bioshock the choice to harvest or save little sisters was absurdist to the point that it wasn't exactly a moral choice anymore. Or conversely, how Bioshock Infinite used the bird and cage symbols to illustrate the player's utility. Gears 5's big binary choice is so much more complexly balanced than is usual for even a AAA game like this. First, the awakened remnant of Reyna who now controls the swarm. This is Kate's birthright, the legacy that she is expected to portray and visit on the world. This she rejects utterly, but she can only reject it in conclusion. Reyna will still kill one of her closest friends, and they will still be connected by memory and by blood. For the deaths, on one side is Del. He's new, he's not He's also been, throughout years 4 and 5, the most consistent friend and the most trustworthy of the main cast. On the other hand, you have JP. I think you
What? Bro.
to let go of him at this moment, to be less reflexive in siding with the legacy character.
Today you have truly become my children. Tear this world from human hands.
If you feel a stronger affinity for letting Del live, there's that issue of denying JD his chance to atone. There are many variables, individual how a particular player interprets these characters, their actions, their potential future actions, that weigh in on the final outcome and choice. This is so much more dramatically pleasing and weighting than a choice like this often is in a game like this, and it's not one that Gear 6 seems like it would be all inclined to take back or retroactively mess with. When you catch up with Marcus and Kate gives him his son's cog tags, it is portrayed without the game's usual volume bombast. It's quiet. It's devastating. As much as you've ended any chance for you, the player, to see how JD's plot might have been resolved in the game world itself, this is the end of any kind of reconciliation between the older Phoenix and the younger Phoenix. What was broken will stay broken. Except, I hope, that central cycle of making the same awful mistakes over and over. I chose Del because I felt that choosing the unknown thing versus the comfortable thing is one of the primary themes of the whole game, that following this theme to its most extreme conclusion would be the most dramatically worthwhile thing to do. And I think it was, especially because Kate wasn't even on the same page as I was about it, at all. Kate, as she becomes even more desperate in her loss and her sense of guilt and responsibility over that loss, looks more and more towards the magical solution of the Hammer of Dawn. So the climax builds and builds off of the loss of JD or Del, whichever squad mate you choose, in essence by overwhelming it with combat. There's a long, effects-heavy vehicle sequence of arena defense fights, all leading up to a last-stand defense of the inner walls of New Ephyra. Kate doesn't have time to process what's happened, and neither does the audience. It backs both of you up against a literal wall until you're each provoked to lash out in the most violent way possible, which, in this case, is the Hammer of Dawn. To fire it, Jack the robot chooses with that janky little sliver of agency it has to sacrifice itself and act as a targeting beacon for the weapon, deliberately getting itself swallowed whole and then incinerated. Now, Jack is actually also player 3 if you're doing co-op and trying to play with a full team. It's the dedicated asymmetrical support role. So, in this climax, you have the deaths of player 2 and player 3, all in the service of getting this weapon powered up and fired. If you're actually playing co-op, what an especially heavy cost that feels like. In a fascinating wrinkle, there's only one character who spoke out against all of this. First Minister Jin, the obvious villain, the irritating bureaucrat, the least likely source of meaningful advice. She doesn't hesitate to use the autocracy of the cog to benefit herself or her agenda, but she nonetheless sees the Hammer of Dawn as too far of a regression, drinking too deeply from a tainted well. In Gears 5, characters I loved made choices I hated. Characters I hated saw things clearly at unexpected moments. And throughout every true narrative surprise, mechanical familiarity that fits like a glove. It's this balance, this unity of design, that makes Gears of War at once so self-explanatory and so thrillingly distinct. The core identity of the franchise is so strong that it can even translate itself into a completely different mechanical genre and lose nothing in the process. Gears of War Tactics is among the best games in the franchise. At the same time, it's also the most experimental. It just doesn't seem reasonable to take a third-person shooter and turn it into a turn-based isometric squad strategy title and simply expect it to work. And that's true. If the developers had just winged it and half-assed it, who knows what we would have wound up with, but they did not. Gears Tactics is considered a meticulous adaptation of the core action verbs and player emotions of the real-time games into a much slower-paced and abstract experience. It's the most structurally mechanical out of all the games, even Gears Judgment, where most of its levels are based off of a template and story content is distributed somewhat thinly among them. It is cheaper in some aspects than the more mainline titles, reusing its assets more prominently. Gears Tactics is, in essence, a board game recreation of Gears of War. It leans more heavily towards the board game part than the traditionally cinematic Gears of War experience. And that, perhaps, was the most truly tactical choice the developers made. By leaning heavily into the mechanical parallels that can be created between traditional gameplay and squad turn-based combat, it feels inescapably like a Gears of War game in the moment-to-moment gameplay. At all times, Gears Tactics feels authentic to the franchise. That foundation of authenticity radiating out into all the systems, visual effects, sound effects, and script, gives Gears Tactics an overall cohesion every bit as professional as its AAA action predecessors. I found this cohesion really counterintuitive at first. The game feels effortlessly in sequence with the other games, despite its massive structural differences. But those massive differences ought to create an insurmountable gulf. I was looking at this too much on the surface, hung up on the essential genre differences. Considered, as the developers so carefully considered, the ways in which there doesn't have to be any difference at all between this game and the previous ones. First is simply the theoretical difference between real-time and turn-based. Seems obvious, until you take into account what makes the rhythm of Gears of War's combat unique and special in the first place. It's already happening as a back and forth. You wait for an attack, you outlast it, and then you return fire. Or you flank an ambush, conferring an initiative bonus of sorts, gaining an extra turn if you like. You can stay safely in cover for essentially as long as you please, pondering your move or discussing it in co-op. There is already a kind of strategic slowness in Gears of War, despite the real-time gameplay of the earlier titles. The shooting is deeply important to Gears of War, but it doesn't actually dictate the rhythm of play. The navigation does, and the leapfrogging, cover-driven navigation is actually quite readily adaptable into a turn-based format without losing hardly any of the sense of immediacy that it has. Because Gears of War never demanded lightning reflexes in the first place, it had always allowed a longer, more strategic approach to advancement. Gears Tactics takes it much farther than simply pausing to get your bearings, but there isn't a single thing in Gears Tactics that isn't fundamentally tied to something deeply familiar and comfortable from the design of the main Gears titles. Gears Tactics is the only exclusively single-player Gears title, which is especially interesting considering its choice of genre because it takes those co-op elements and automates them, further gamifying the human camaraderie that's always been so key to the franchise's appeal. Combat isn't done on an individual basis. You don't actually roll for initiative like you would in D&D. Instead, your squad of 4 moves as a team, then all the enemies move as a team, then back to you. Attacks do large amounts of damage. If caught in the open, like in the action titles, it's pretty instantly deadly. But also like the action titles, you enter a downed state where you can be revived by your co-op partners. So can the enemy. And also like the action titles, you're vulnerable in this down state to executions, a coup de grace attack that settles things more finally. Gears Tactics integrates these things in a robust way by giving an extra action point to everyone on the team besides the character who initiated the execution. All of those things, in tandem, create a fast and heavy back-and-forth rhythm where aggression is always rewarded beyond caution. Most missions are settled in 15 turns or less. For a turn-based strategy title, that is extremely fast-paced. In aggregate, then, Gears Tactics manages to translate the essential rhythm of play from one genre to another without sacrificing the tension, the aggression, or the peril of combat. And I think that's quite a feat. The scale of combat is even a direct adaptation of the structure and rhythms of the action games, where a four-man squad exactly mimics the squad size of all the previous Gears games. You have between 1 and 4 main characters, and then supplement them with on-voiced support characters. The main characters are instant game overs if they die. The on-voiced characters, by contrast, are expendable, replaceable. Of course, if they do die, you'll need to replace them with less talented or less customized recruits, but being able to lose them offers an interesting mix of soft and hard limits for what you can risk during the mission. Meanwhile, enemies constantly reinforce. There isn't really such a thing as a turn without combat in Gears Tactics, with the exceptions of occasional traversal turns where you have to close on an enemy position. But it is impossible by design to run out of things to kill, unless that's the explicit objective of a mission. This is essentially a shoehorn mechanic designed to pry timid players out of their positions and force them to fight, or else be overwhelmed and die. To win, a player must always be pushing forward as hard as possible, to be aggressive even in those missions where you're supposed to defensively hold control points. You are always overwhelmed, as is appropriate to a war that you'll know you'll lose. So, the game is missing the co-op aspect, it's missing the real-time aspect, but it's honestly more fair to say that these things have mutated than to say they've been wholly lost and replaced. The new structures and formats are so influenced by the old that even though they have fundamentally changed, they retain the same flavor and feel. So what if you don't play with 3 other friends? You control 3 extra bodies that you have to push as hard as you can, each and every turn. You can't let them become isolated or leave them behind. So what if it's not real time? It is remarkably fast-paced and visceral in combat just as it is, and in the longer pacing of it, each act takes about the same amount of time as an act in Gears 4 or 5 would. In the short and the long rhythm both, it's familiar, comfortable. The ways in which a player might approach the game opposite from a traditional Gears of War experience, to play conservatively and slowly, these things are disincentivized by the reinforcement mechanics and the AI's constant interest in flushing you out of your hidey holes. To play in keeping with the spirit of the main series, flanking, chainsawing, fucking shit up, the game yields to you. You progress quickly, you're rewarded handsomely. So it's not simply the visual design or the mechanical design that makes Gears Tactics feel like the mainline games, it's that the design convinces or coerces a player to approach them faithfully on their end, the user end, as well. Gears Tactics doesn't have co-op, but its automation and AI is responsive enough, compelling enough, to feel like a conversation of sorts anyway. The language just all happens to be violence. Each weapon, action verb, and sensation of Gears of War has been taken out and recrafted as a board game version with an individual strategic purpose, even the low-waste pistol. Really, the stun pistol has a special role. This is a low-damage attack that startles an enemy and causes them to recoil out of cover, opening them up to a different character's more devastating attack. If an enemy, or anyone is in cover and is technically exposed visually, they still get a massive damage reduction. Explosives, melee attacks, and special attacks like the stun pistols become tools and gunfire to clear the field. Interestingly, characters don't exactly choose their own guns. Each character's guns are determined by a class, and then you upgrade those guns with customization parts that give different bonuses that sync up with different kinds of progressions with the skill tree for that class. Eventually, you get a main character in each class, but you start with just 2 complementary weapons, Gabe Diaz and Sigrid. Diaz is the main character, a sprightly-haired fellow who is likely Kate Diaz's father, although it isn't made completely explicit. He is also in the medic support role. This is actually a pretty brilliant design because since you take him with you on almost every mission, it's always built by a very powerful version of support. It's the greatest split challenge mission. Those other slots can be filled by
Of course, they kill me. Do not fail me, Khan! As I just die.
Trying to right that wrong by tracking focused geneticists was responsible for franchises iconic big monsters like the Corpser and Vermin.
Get me medical aid!
High damage tanky kind of character. The class of chainsaw, bayonet, lancer, retro lancer, one of the old so, the action titles, the retro lancer have distinguished itself by having a slower rate of fire and more damage per shot, along with a much crazier recoil. This is taken into account with how the weapon has been translated into the game. Should grow like bullets. It is able to use the chainsaw bayonet lancer at will.
No mercy.
Aftermath immediately, but it doesn't count as an execution weapon as an extra action. However, it Diaz uses movement points based on the chainsaw kill. Said Redburn does not with his regular bayonet charge. If he has a straight line in which to make the charge, the Vanguard class can immediately close the distance for free, allowing the short-range lancer to fire.
Target my
So
mark.
just to start your characters, one of these tasks is to rescue some more gears to fill out your starting roster. Other starting to with me through pretty much the whole game. Because of the doubt, it's unusual that you'll actually lose a squad member. Even if you do, the game is pretty generous with autosaves, and no one mission takes very long to replay, even from the top. One of these new recruits is a scout. She uses the classic Nasher shotgun, but can also be specialized into a tree where the shotgun is supplemented by different types of grenades. The scout is, I think,
A
the most
crushing
dangerous class in the game.
breathtaking indeed.
Wildly mobile and hugely destructive because of how grenades can catch an entire wave of enemies flat-footed, especially wrenches. The minigun-wielding heavy support class, by contrast,
Glorious.
they can't actually advance as aggressively as they need to for offensive purposes. Coupled with poor range, it makes them likely the least dangerous class. So, as a four-man starting team, take a look at everything you have. 4 classic Gears 4 weapons distributed in 4 balanced tactical roles, too aggressive to support. A distribution of skills that allows for both fast aggression and defense against overwhelming waves. And underlying each tactical feature, a familiar sight or familiar sound from past games, the kind of sensation. By the time the single player turns the motor pool only to find it sacked and on fire, the game has barely begun, and yet it's already established its potential.
We got him.
Gears Tactics also happens to have the best story out of all the prequel material, handily beating out Ram, Shadow, and Judgment for memorability and spectacle. It's got the most impressive portrayal of the EA chaos caused by choosing to fire the Hammer of Dawn weapon to date, and the game does it halfway through the tutorial. I mean, talk about starting things off with a bang. With the most basic elements of representing combat, let's play pre-graphics Cog City Hall with the Bright Sunshine like E-Day, it's Ram Shadow. That game was it reach Prescott's office, take his files on to watch the world burn. Rather than getting tired of these repeating themes and elements, I feel like they're used in dramatic contexts that are
They've
meaningful
got
enough
a sniper.
resonance instead of just fatigue repetition. If you've only played the next generation titles with Gears 4 and Gears 5, this may very well be your first peek at the EA experience as a player, so why not be incredibly lush with it? Gears Tactics has the same quality of cinematic presentation in its cutscenes as Gears 4 and 5 do, which goes a huge distance towards keeping closely tied to them, the way the initial trilogy was so united by their shared aesthetic and the console limitations they all faced. Admittedly, the cutscenes here are fewer and farther between than usual. That was a budget limitation, certainly, but by leaning on the template format missions to cut out the acts and saving big money cutscenes from the dramatic climaxes and transitions, the game does maximize their effectiveness, at least. Like in the old days with StarCraft, you gotta grind some missions to get to the move quality stuff. The clever thing is, the template missions are so fast in their pacing and heavy interaction that dialogue would just slow them down. And the pressure you place on the enemy forces in each and every turn makes each
Pick me up, pick me up, pick me up, no. Why? Why, God? No, why are you pushing, bro? There's like 2 of them there, brother. 3 of them there, brother. This is some Huckleberry bullshit, man.
The acts also help meter out frustration with template missions by making sure you only have setting, sometimes in the dark and in the rain, sometimes in the sunshine. It's not unusual to emotions.
Guys, shoot this
We've got
bitch!
unfinished business.
Then, actions offer emotions. It's a structurally unique mission setup at a very low level. Take the push. There's a challenging push across a bridge through regular enemies as a kind of warm-up. Then the fight really begins. Rumat can only be damaged like in the action gear's titles, either hit it in the arm guns or wait for it to turn around so you can hit the weak spot. Or in this case, the emotion tools. So you need to split into teams of two, one to distract, the other to damage, and then balance your attacks with running away from the constant barrage of area of effect attacks, telegraphed just one turn in advance. It is a slow and meticulous fight, mixing it up with surprise reinforcements as the battle wears on. It's a true endurance test compared to what you played before. The Corpser boss fight is even more so of an endurance test, with the reinforcements flowing in at an absolutely outrageous rate, and from very distant sides of the arena, almost guaranteeing that they catch some of the straw numbers. Corpser itself isn't too bad, except that it's only
Incoming flash!
or after receiving enough damage in a turn. It's doing that much damage, doesn't leave you with much left to do.
I see the
Doesn't
enemy!
feel as fair or as fast.
Tossing a flash!
Drags on, burns down, and then if you lose, you have to take your top. The template missions are honestly
Satisfied.
shortlist. You feel like you're actually making progress.
Terminator down!
What? What the fuck? Bro, seriously? How? How could that dude have done that, man?
Brings a snappy, fearsome energy to the role, which feels like such a necessary counterbalance to the raw power mission at the structural heart of things. Necessary because Gears Tactics isn't just a generalized origin story in its setting. It's actually a very specific one. This group of survivors who band together to fight become the outsider community of elite in Gears 4. From the common, Michaela and her band of survivors gain firepower and mobility. This group of survivors who band together to fight Wukong become the outsider
You have
community
allowed
of
them
Gears
to
4.
walk over you.
From the
Your
common, Michaela and her band of
ancestors, your
survivors gain
plans for
firepower and
domination.
mobility. With their forces joined, they actually are a small army capable of performing major military actions. From Michaela, Gabe and his cog learn to question Scott, to rely only on themselves, to finish the mission not because they've been ordered to, but because it's so good. Michaela is like an inverse of Oz in the same ensemble. She's skeptical, sarcastic. It's part of the main character. It's kind of craven. So gas nothing is very light. He's not improved in stature by speaking English either. It just makes him so even more nothing about him is genuinely intimidating. There's no sense of real connection between the choices he's created, because the brute and such belong more to the player than they
Enemy mode!
It's from the start. As a player, as an audience, I'm not here. I'm here to see what the deal is with the big puppet he has on the outside of the game. This where Sid tries to capture everything. It's actually just an excuse to grow Sid's backstory and set up the mystery for the main character, who you might have already guessed at. This pretty routine rescue mission, Gabe rescues a wiry and tough woman named Got out of and moves to combat. I love how little fanfare is surrounding their character at the start. The player knows quite well how outrageously important she is to the broader world.
In your
So
ugly
they don't
mom.
act
Oh my fucking...
might have already guessed at. During this pretty routine rescue mission, Gabe rescues a wiry and tough young woman named Raina. She got out of New Hope and owes Wukong a debt of pain. I love how little fanfare there is surrounding her character at the start. The player knows quite well how outrageously important she is to the broader lore, but the characters don't, so they don't act. Raina is just an especially quiet and tense fighter. She doesn't even show up until later in the game, long after she would have had a chance to win. It's not something dynamic. It's time for us to show that she forms some kind of friendship and connection with Gabe. It's much easier to see what I mean. Just the fact that Gabe's life is definitely that
Dude.
Raina.
Why, man? Why? No, I'm fucking get tough. This dude's like hiding in the corner with the shock. Why?
Scott discovers that Gabe's been talking to Sid about the hammer of God's strike on their position. Gabe is Scott false coordinates. This betrayal is what Gabe's need from the couple. It's always right about them being bunch of lying fascist bastards, but it took Prescott throwing them all away to cover that lie, actually turn the mass sentiment of the survivor group around. It's a lie that Scott successfully protects for the most part until Gears 2, and even then the full extent of the crimes of New Hope aren't discovered until long after Scott is dead in Gears 4. So there's continuity being established for antagonist and protagonist both, which is a pretty neat trick. Honestly, I could have kept playing for a long time after the campaign lasted, even though it's technically probably not all by time to complete. And if I wanted to, as much as I enjoy the character work and cutscenes, Gears Tactics is primarily about tactics, and so it will spool missions infinitely on the templates if you wanted to. Although I personally found it more interesting to just start over from the beginning, because the game has changed from the first time I played it. Now, I started this project and finishing it. The Coalition added a new Jacked mode, which features an extra tier of gear and support robot as a 5th squad mate. I figured that having a Jack would make the game more fun, but what I did not anticipate was how the robot also makes the game significantly easier. Take the loot system. You get more random loot boxes if you find them and pick them up mid-mission on the battlefield. In my first run-through, I often used one of 2 boxes because I just couldn't spare a squad mate to go out that far. Jack is perfect for that shit. He has no real offensive value. The mission is already balanced for you and your main squad of 4 to complete it without it. So, bonus box. Similarly, Jack can be used to not only give massive bonuses like hold additional action points, ammo, and damage buffs, but also to just flat out draw fire and tank damage. Theoretically, there are more powerful enemies added to the field to compensate for Jack, but the balance felt to me like it was still wildly advantaging the player, despite the presence of these more fearsome foes. And these new enemies do well. I'm not saying they don't. Most standard enemies with different kinds of resistances or extra damage. In a way, the new enemies feel like an echo of the declassified objectives back in Gears of War Judgment. Things like how the wave event sequences with countdown and stuff in Judgment got incorporated also in Gears 4 as a minor mechanical novelty. These new enemies shake up how I remember the missions going, and they have a lot of flavor. The only thing that isn't really relevant with the new content is the extra tier of customization. So they only appear after Gears of War games are famous for their arcade multiplayer for content that you can play until you get absolutely sick of it once the campaign is over. And Gears Tactics is clearly using the extra tier of gear to incentivize that kind of post-climax engagement, despite not actually having a separate arcade mode. Why not? The war with the Locust goes on for years. It's unwinnable, which means it's infinitely playable, but also fundamentally viewable. If Wukong had been a better villain and a better boss fight, that might have given me the enthusiasm I needed to get into the template missions. But the second time around, after all the newly adjusted encounters, the Wukong boss fight was especially flat. It took the wind out of my sails to play it. Wukong isn't as dangerous as the Nomad, so with his aerial effect attacks and the reinforcement schedule for this fight is actually
Bro,
what? So,
You never stood a chance.
I guess you just gotta keep going once you got it. If you prefer to stop while the stopping is good and return to the comfort of real time, it's actually there's one last surprise stop on that.
Damn it, I'm down.
Year after Gears 5's original campaign, more than 6 months after Gears Tactics, the Coalition released one last major piece of story content for Gears 5 called Gangbusters. It's the origin story of Scorpio Squad, where the game's many multiplayer modes called Escape. Now here, the full expansion pack treatment of a modern iteration of exactly the kind of vibe Gears 3 had done with Random Shadow.
Satisfied.
High budget the franchise has become, it is actually one of the most jaw-droppingly gorgeous pieces of content in the entire run of Gears games. Its use of color is so bold and aggressive that it's hard to believe it's the same franchise that was once derisively referred to as the Greys of War because it was modeled on the playing it, of course, there's nothing at all besides perhaps one unusual boss fight. At this point, is the mechanical fidelity to its roots at all? It's moving the franchise forward in newer iterations. I can see the argument against the fidelity, that these elements are essentially stable and there's no surprises. And then there's Migraines. It's beautiful, sure, dense with images and characters, and something that's novel to the franchise, but it is
I see the enemy!
actually be everyone they can come up with. Meanwhile, you're fighting the same old monsters, digging up the same old artifacts in the past, chatting with some of the same old characters. This fatigue is likely a widespread enough opinion that Gears 6 will have to do something major to shake itself up, like how Gears 3 flash go up and introduce one of them. Has been foreshadowed or introduced, and now this new trilogy seems to be tighter in its storytelling, using shorter intervals between titles. I don't know if that's coming. Migraines isn't even prequel territory, it is fully current with the Gears 5 timeline. Set sets out some characters like Augustus Hall's daughter Anna, who certainly wagered. Since it's there, I like to begin my answer. Anna's got this background dialogue where she talks about her dad, the coal train. She talks about how he's a champion for education and wanted more for her than war. And this is partly a referential joke, like Dom and Marcus with their tomatoes, but it's also part of what I truly love about Gears of War games. They've never expressed a trope that they haven't been willing to playfully subvert, and Lord knows they've expressed a few. The familiarity of Gears of War isn't an inert thing. It's something the games acknowledge, incorporate, and creatively push back against. I wouldn't call anyone who thinks the formula is stale wrong, necessarily, but I think the Coalition's developers have been especially clever and caring stewards of the franchise, and I think they've been extraordinarily clever. Contrast Gears of War with an annual franchise like Call of Duty. Now, there's a franchise experiencing similar fatigue. Like Gears of War, the Call of Duties don't change too much mechanically. Like Gears of War, they also provide a grand spectacle. But each is mostly self-contained, and the dual aspect of storytelling and some of the characters anyone would describe as playable. I mean, who among the recurring Black Ops cast isn't a colossal asshole? Stories unable to flesh out a singular world for players' heads. It's a first-person shooter isn't necessarily any more stale than third-person co-op.
The hive has been heard, and its battle cry
It's only able to
was
adjust its gameplay
resounding.
by adjusting its setting, changing the war, and thereby changing the tools of war. Gears is not annual. It takes its time coming out, and each game is spectacularly dense. Even more so in the modern era than when they began, really. It can build on itself, subvert itself, and remain connected to a huge amount of legacy material, and that crave many of its consistencies. I want the Lancer to always feel the same. I want the way the characters slam to cover to always take the same amount of frames. I want the mix of violence and grandeur that makes Gears of War so easily recognizable to stay true to itself. It's interesting that Call of Duty has been so many more things in a superficial way, so many more eras, so many more styles, so many more wars, and yet it's endangered by familiarity and monotony so much more these days than Gears of War is. Gears of War has never once tried to reinvent itself. It hasn't tried to perfect itself either. It has never reached a version that felt obviously better, a version that could be considered final. Instead, we have many houses built on the same foundation, and they all refer back and connect with one another. We don't just have houses, we have a neighborhood. We have a world, one that changes and grows with its characters. Not even something as small and obscure as Hive Busters is apart from it. The hive that you're busting in this particular case is called a sanctum, and it was intended to be a kind of Azura-adjacent facility, were it not for the local volcano causing all sorts of construction difficulties and running that construction up against the end of the Locust War before it was ever filled. So they did eventually fill it with the Locust corpses, and now it's a big nasty hive. In real life and in games, I'm a sucker for industrial ruins, giant looming concrete and massive rusting pipework. Sanctum is more mothballed than rotting. Its metal still gleams and its doors still work, but it's Squad leader Keegan says, they just don't build them like they used to. Resonances and parallels to American life and culture is part of what draws me to Gears of War. As the setting moves into its next generation and the old-style COG architecture becomes antiquated and strange to its own characters, this mirrors my relationship with mid-century technology and our plastic, touchscreen-driven present. I know that much of it was built for corporate profit or in preparation for war, but whenever I do a museum tour of an old bunker or power plant, there's something about it that just sticks with me, fires my imagination. I'm awed by the scale, the craftsmanship, the secret and special nature of them when they were active facilities, and the strangeness of how thoroughly they've been left behind and abandoned by the world today. A lot of the legacy of these places in real life is toxic, of course, most often literally by way of radioactive waste, chemical runoff, and dangerous materials almost like asbestos.
Take them out
But
and limit your
sometimes
loss.
culturally as well, representing
quite
the same
simple.
kind of military-industrial expansionism that's at the heart of what Gears of War is actually trying to critique. I'm with Keegan, though. Even when it comes to the odious things about contemporary society, its own impulses toward death and greed, they don't make him like they used to.
Bring it
We live in
on!
an era where even villainy is cheap. Keegan as a character is kind of interesting because he was an Onyx Guard posted to Ashura, one of the few survivors of that last war. So, he actually
Ready to rock!
his old age, he's trying to make up for it now. Newcomer and feisty redheaded trouble on her back, even technically outranks him. Mac, though, I don't enjoy. He's a comedy relief character at heart, but the script keeps trying to make him hard, and unpredictable in places, to emphasize his emotional thinking and hot-headed nature. He's not hot-headed so much as thoughtless when he gets into those moods, though, and Sanctum's anti-climax as a set of levels is evidence of that. The squad is supposed to go down a dozen levels deep into the facility hive and release the airborne.
Bro, what the fuck? Why does shit happen when you know what's happening? I knew I should have been able to shoot the guy. No, I can't shoot the guy. Okay, sweet.
Got it.
Failing to properly set off the weapon and damage the hive sap their actions, meaning much more than just sure, I was also
Bro,
slightly exhausted
get
by
the fuck
idea
out of
that
here,
in
man.
case we had
If that was me, I'm down in this.
setting
Why is it like this for me?
up our dream to save him, but you as the player will never actually get to see that.
Bro, these niggas are bots, bro. My teammates are idiots. They're all looking at me, and these dudes ain't even looking back. Like, what the fuck?
Shadow was how they were all mostly cast-offs that you met before. Like how so many of the minor characters from Buffy the Vampire Slayer and
Like, dude, what the fuck was that? This dude zipping to the side, and I'm fucking rolling. Like, okay, this dude's fine, bro. It's just trash. And we gotta keep it in.
Still wheelchair bound, but determined to fight this worm on his own terms by arranging his own preparation. Where Bernie's gone, it's not said, but against him, it's a their very first marching orders in Gears of War 1. The same guy giving orders now, decades later in the fiction, years later in real life. Hoffman hasn't got the quid in him. I find that mighty persuasive. The third squad mate you got is Lonnie, who's supposed to be Ty Caliso's cousin. These are the islands that he came from, and a lot of the DLC spent exploring and expanding his fictional culture. And I don't think the whole design of the village sections is especially strong. It does transition into a sequence that feels refreshingly new in the series. To improve that's not found in a mighty
I refuse to tolerate such ineptitude. Free off yourself.
participate in the ceremonial
Defend yourself.
journey as you make your way to the biggest, most beautiful tree on the whole island, the home of the Wakatu. Now, by itself, this isn't anything especially notable. It fit in fine with any of the new Tomb Raider games with its AAA gloss and borrowed motifs. But it's notable it's the way it resolves. Even though the Wakatu is the boss of the whole DLC, you don't kill it. You fight it, you get it wrestled to the ground, you steal its precious metal. The bird is important to London's culture. So the bird gets its lift. Perhaps I've never seen ancient villains in games I'd certainly seen before, but not really for a monster, a beast, a boss creature like this. Especially not for reasons as simple as this.
How, man? Where the fuck are my teammates? Why are you over here? What are you doing? What the fuck is this?
Stuff like taking turns to explicitly state why they're fighting and why their friends down. And there's ways to see this kind of thing as being representative of stagnancy in how the Gears of War games are constructed and presented. You can't really accuse Hive Busters of being original in any way, even within the franchise. Yet it doesn't feel stagnant to me. In the quick, condensed 4 hours or so that Hive Busters lasts, it's got just as many moments of surprise and delight that the main games do. Surprise doesn't mean you don't see it coming. It might mean it just comes at you from a slightly different angle than you expect, wearing a different mask, provoking a different reaction. There are many, many small variations on the formula and themes at work here, even if the aggregate is extremely familiar. Hive Busters does exactly what it says on the box. There's a hive, you're trying to bust it, there's monsters and explosions and chainsaw bayonets. Yet even within this, it does surprise. Keegan, the veteran with no veterancy, Hoffman, the warrior mercy towards something that by genre convention should receive none. How long can Gears of War keep up its consistency, maintain its hot streak? As a flagship Xbox title, there's a lot of pressure riding on it to continue to perform. But what does performance mean within the context of the franchise? Does it mean bigger, better, more badass? Or does it mean remaining faithful to game design that'll soon enough be 2 decades old? For Gears 4, 5, and Tactics, what I find impressive is their ability to split the difference. They are utterly faithful to the sensations and rhythms of the original title, even Tactics with its wildly divergent structure. And at the same time, they are bigger. Gears 5 was superior to Gears 4 in almost every way, and in adopting the wide linear format, Gears 5 is even more flexible in how it delivers its content. Tidebuster shows, though, that even with the most traditional and linear approach, Gears of War still has room in which for the series to grow and evolve. As the franchise grows older, it fills in the negative space that had been so important to Gears of War's lore. Like a jigsaw puzzle, the more you complete the picture, the easier it is to guess the rest of it. The only creative solution to this problem is to create more negative space, to expand the scope, and transition into something new. That's what Gears 4 and 5 did with their generational time jump, and now even that space is being filled in.
And our future.
I don't think there's any question that these games are art and hold artistic value. Their visual complexity alone earns them that. Yet, they're also entertainment, and in entertainment, there's a useful maxim. Always leave them wanting more. There's a climax brewing out there with Gears 6, but I would be a fool to figure that was actually the end of things. There will be more Gears after, and each of them will have to creatively negotiate the things that it's able to uniquely do for itself, and the things too critical to leave behind. The day that the Lancer stops feeling like the Lancer will be the day the franchise finally and fully grinds to a halt. Straightforwardness and consistency might not be exciting things, but they are important things. Things people crave on a deeply human level. Some things we want to change. Some things we love for the way in which they stay the same. Gears of War might not seem, on the surface, like a franchise with enough going on for me to talk about it for so long. And if talk's all there was, you'd be right. The only truly correct way to understand Gears of War is just to play. Their language is the language of design. In translating these things into the language I'm proficient in instead, it's taken me hours to explain what I love about the games. Their joy is the joy of play. Their success is one of the most positive examples I can think of where AAA design truly justifies its own expense. They're fun. They're just a whole fucking heap of fun. And if I stop jawing at you, you can find that out for yourself. Thanks for watching. This video and all the videos I do are supported through crowd.
We've gone out of its way not to do, and that's provide you with footage that isn't cut every 3 to 4 seconds, so that you can truly see how monotonous this really is. It may not seem it, but I make these videos at great risk, so please keep this community growing. Like, subscribe, and comment or correct me below. As the authorities retrieve stained children's mattresses for DNA testing from the network of tunnels that Jews have feverishly been protecting, you'll find fanboys more upset with Kyle's opinions on video game than over trafficked kids. And I want to make it abundantly clear that the amateur shill fanboys Rocksteady gave early access to were so blind and inexperienced that correcting the color of footage was apparently a task that it didn't even occur to them to do. It's so easily some of the murkiest, disgusting footage that I've ever seen, and I grew through as a gamer that it didn't even occur to them to do. It's so that corrects. And I want to make it abundantly clear that the amateur shill fanboys Rocksteady gave early access to were so blind and inexperienced that correcting the color of footage was apparently a task that it didn't even occur to them to do. It's so easily some of the murkiest, disgusting footage that I've ever seen, and I grew through, as a gamer, the piss palette era. I'm truly conflicted about enhancing it, because, if it's good enough for them, then who am I to separate these people from what's clearly their treasure, but one man's trash, you know what I mean, beta testers? Combine this disgusting color with how noisy things can get on stream with a truly barf-worthy HUD. Where do we begin talking about this? You're destroying yourself here, Rocksteady. They truly have no idea how lucky they are to have fanboys that'll guzzle any slop regardless. Of course they tolerate hardly downgrades. Well, this is their favorite flavor of garbage. I didn't think that
Keep
a
your
man
wits about you.
like staying kids' mattresses and gym tunnels was something that could be topped in the way of repulsion. Here we are, sushi swap.
Leave off carrots!
Taken to refusing to call their live service a live service. Because they don't subscribe to late audience. It's like,
Incoming smoke! Incoming smoke!
opt in and play an outlaw on the condition that they sign an NDA promising they will be
Spread out!
consequence of the law would shut the door. But it only shut up the goody two-shoes who would have sucked that dick. Righteous conviction. A task of sparing other people the monotony of yet another stale nightmare of a live service Marvel's Avengers 2.0. Of course, the internet flooded with leaks. People online that I spoke to that's how it works. Circulated online showed exactly how dated, unfinished, and janky it should be fluid movements and animations were. The argument was that there was some sort of difficulty curve for traversing in an anti-hero game. Is that what makes Iron Man popular? Some sort of difficulty curve that you have to beat? So that's what
Eliminated!
Bro, what the fuck? I'm sliding behind him! Fucking 1000%.
rooftops of 4 to 5 people standing there waiting for you to just fuck them up. It illuminated the one enemy type, just like Marvel's Avengers delisted as, but this time, instead of robots,
Yes! Flash out!
things I've seen in
Incoming cloud!
Marvel's Avengers. Stress protesters to show the people the best that the games have to offer, not the worst. What truly shocked me, control missions like Resource Gathering that were tested on
Good!
a decade.
Kill them all!
10 years in 2014. This is what IGN actually mentioned in their game as well. The irony of IGN admitting that they could
Fell that one in.
Warner Brothers and Rocksteady only invited them because, along with the 10K subscriber having Kool-Aid drinking fanboys that they assumed would just give them a glowing review, they brought them because they were safe. You know IGN as having a fucking reputation, and they never give a 7 of the review not meaning anything. But when IGN says, look, this is dog water. This is dog water. This reinforces what I've been saying all along. If Rocksteady and its trans video game that does not subscribe to labels has been classifying itself, how can any of those developers begin to showcase it in a way that would make it palatable or appealing? But we already know Sweet Baby is making sure that it is.
I don't know who they're dealing with.
Fucking I.
At its best, trying desperately to hide the transparent bullet sponge enemies that they're going to have for boss fights. The game satisfying enough for your needs. That's build service off the bat.
Drop the bag! Eyes on incoming smoke!
So Manchester, you're business savvy enough to know that a Weston's perspective is of course valid. That Rocksteady is angling for. They don't like to swim in empty waters. They need duplex in front of. Is what I'm saying making sense? Do you like the video? Or put a comment down there if what I'm saying is making sense. As I've made clear, shows who exclusively praise things like Marvel's Avengers and Gotham Knights, of course, love this game. What? You'll tolerate the Sushi Squad for as long as you support it. But insinuating quote,
Yes. Let them cower in your shadow. Let them tremble.
That the separation between this and Saints Row Reboot is that people were apathetic the instant they saw those fake-ass, air quotes, gangsters.
They desecrate our planet. Kill them!
Rocksteady enough will remain
Glorious!
cautiously optimistic enough at the very least to try it.
Mine now.
Aware of this, which is why, of course, they you're interested now, aren't you? Well, with every hyper-edited look at the live service, live service naturally audiences free. That's optimistic. Said something wrong.
Receive death.
Said industry must be actually saying things that make sense these days.
Oh yeah!
Revive us!
It's a Rocksteady game. Now I specialize in showing, not telling, so people can see how necessary it is to subvert, with characters so far removed that you need to be told who they are.
Ready to die!
The question, if you're going to go this far, why even call them this character?
No quarter!
Drop the bad guy!
They try to it's extremely
Nice one!
Bro, that's wild.
in the general scenario where Rocksteady was not well
Sharpness.
See you!
Another dead human.
a series of unforeseeable obstacles. You guys have what you do, and that's why you're doing Chili will set recognize this is true. And time will tell the hyper-positive talk. The message they were given and allowed to discuss. Contrived justice.
Oh, I had to reload. Shit.
Eager to even see how
Drag out!
Bro, how are we lose? Should we be asking the rest of them, fool?
This is a game that people will be experiencing on YouTube, just watching the cutscenes. Rocksteady is crossing their fingers for the Scoop Destiny replica.
Throwing flash grenade!
Sell out for fringe like this. But
Eyes on target!
some of the stupid that would put their ass up on this, except for bad understanding to their
Most useful.
If not happen for this trash, the shills that had selected and invited hated their trap. We're discussing the disastrous online live service Sushi Squad game by how impulsive the designs of these characters are, especially as it pertains to the track record of men. The worst. If the game were confident, maybe the builders would believe in putting a beta out there, but it is my belief that there's
Human spotted!
in a beta. So, implying that there's more for the whole game, that's not headline.
No regret!
This is much more.
Another
dead human.
Restrict to call the raid.
Flashbang out.
Off into this NBA nightmare that, oh, there's definitely a few that we're gonna have. What out? What are you saying? They don't want to be saved. We're not here to save them. We're here to inform people. That's why they dive in front of the criticism like it's a bullet. You know what I'm saying? It's nuts. And when they're diving in front of criticism like it's ammunition, you know, they're probably upset that it isn't. They jump up like, oh,
Blood will flow.
what's up? Isn't that funny? That like, okay, let me have a video talking about this. Heard of this woman on Instagram? She has 200,000 followers.
Do you hear that? It
And
is
she's
the
not real.
sound
It's like
of a million
deep fake
human voices
face
begging for
on
mercy.
other girls' bodies. But I think it's crazy that a scientific algorithm has arrived on, and fairly effortlessly in fact, arrived on a more attractive, appealing woman as it pertains to what would be of interest to the average man. Fit body, feminine body language, long hair, cute face, big tits. You know, the opposite of the deliberately masculine, ugly designs that they force focus on with these Western abortions. And again, you know I delight in talking about Echo that has this indigenous strong woman and she's got a prosthetic leg and she's deaf and they're changing her abilities as it pertains to the comic book so that it's more cultural for the show, bro. And it's like, I don't really care about the next race swapped thing. All of that shit is in this game too. It's getting a little funny. So I want, if anything, Sushi Squad to be wrapped up, mingled, and tangled in the Sweet Baby Ink treatment that is going to bring this down. The normies praise the writing to a certain extent and imply that, oh yeah, that story, it's just a game toys getting him all way. And okay, we'll see. We'll see how tame the Sweet Baby game is. Because Spider-Man 2 suffered for their inclusion. I'm gonna go ahead and edit what I have in a pretty tragic way, man. These aren't things that I'm saying. I've reached the point where I can be done talking now. I can let other people do the talking and just cut it together like a happy mess. And I guess if you want to be upset in the comment section, like you found, I better stop working that area and keep let that stuff stay in the tunnels. You know what I'm talking about? I love you, and I'll talk to you soon, man.
crazy hit, man.
Be aggressive, devious,
Man, I don't
and
like how
watch
this
your
match.
back.
This match just be starting all weird, fast and slow.
Let's make quick work of these idiots.
Got him. Grenade is set. Frag out. Your friends can't help you now. Enemies here. Well done. Hostile mark. Incoming smoke.
Oh, come on! Everybody has to leave? Niggas be getting left, man. That's what you're supposed to do when you got left. Yeah, sure thing, dude. Knew I was there. Fuck yeah.
Grenade is set. Target my mark. Perfect timing. I see him.
How do you get that much damage on me, bro? I'm telling you. Dude, no fucking way, bro. No fucking way. Let me guess, bro. Fucking PC assholes ruining the lobby. Bro, I just don't get it, bro. Every fucking bullet's hitting me like a fucking bot. Like, what the fuck is that?
I refuse to tolerate such ineptitude. Rearm yourselves. Defend yourselves.
All right, let's do this. Let's go.
Move. Move, man. Bro.
Grenade is set.
Bro, what the fuck, man?
Watch and learn.
I need meds.
The cheese is crazy, man. I don't know why I keep getting teammates that don't help. What is he doing? Why is he doing? Why is he not going for the fight?
Perfect timing.
This is bad.
Yeah, sure.
You gave your all. It was not enough.
I hate playing PC players, man.
Shame draws me.
She with the shit. Backwood after backwood, perhaps you be lit. Is it really that good? Don't make me admit. Charles made cuts close, we made a hit. Under the red dye, you ain't in no shopping. She told me that's right. You want all of my attention, no way. Show me what you want, I gave you what you need. I got so much work overseas, they need it. My neck, my wrist looking flashy like the police. So them titties, that's where I was sitting. Taking shots now, so I know you ready. She getting checks, I keep the tally. Cancel the membership at Bally's. I work her out and give her tips.
Former President Donald Trump took to Truth Social this week in a video accusing New York State Attorney General Letitia James of making ludicrous demands. In the caption, he used the spelling of Ludacris the rapper instead of Ludacris the adjective.
And now a response from Ludacris.
Oh no! Incorrect! Somebody turned off the spell check. Your radio was a hollow dome. Either brush up on a homophone. This mix up the wave. You call one way with it.
Hey, relax, man.
what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another video here on the channel. And today, man, we're going to be talking about another one of these quote-unquote prank videos. I hate even having to call them quote-unquote prank videos because there's just no way these should ever be classified as pranks. There's no prank here. There's no joke here. This is literal assault, and honestly, in my opinion, should also be considered bioterrorism to a certain extent, right? Because of just how actually disgusting of a crime just took place. Like, literally, how disgusting of a crime just took place. So, I mean, we have seen some just horrific prank videos. We've seen people troll homeless people. We've seen people being racist on the train. We've seen just like a lot of really stupid, out there, wacky, just ridiculous things done. But I don't think we've ever seen one this just fucked up. Let's just call it for what it is. Like, I don't understand what goes through your brain to even want to do this. Because this is one of those things, right, where like you have to go through so many disgusting steps in order to do this, right? Like, this guy literally mixes up a bucket of like paint, water, dog feces, leaves from the yard, just like a bunch of just nasty garbage concocted into these buckets that he goes around and then will fucking dump on unsuspecting innocent people who's trying to live their life. Rated E to F, right? I shouldn't have to describe to you why this is a crime and why this guy deserves to have, truthfully, every semblance of humanity being stick, but this is like almost so non-human, honestly. Like, I've never seen a person go this far. So, Belgian police have arrested a YouTuber that
Oh, come on! Why am I stuck in place? I hate that. I should always be able to move, man. I should always be able to have momentum in a direction. I hate that moment. I hate this. This moment where you are just like stuck in fucking place. It makes the role feel like it truly has no real movement.
Oh yeah! Exact thing here. So, for whatever reason, like I said in all of these prank videos, I think the prank has gone from like the joke where people are eventually it's gone from that to just committing literal fucking crimes against people in public for no reason. Like, just imagine, right? You're sitting on the train, you're gonna go, you have some work obligation. You're just relaxing, playing things. The next thing you know, some low-IQ moron with no job
Core mines were born for this!
and then runs off as if he's like being funny or doing something. It just, you notice how things like this in particular don't happen in the United States? Like, I don't want to be that guy who got, oh, America, number one, fucking bald eagles flying F-16. The truth of the matter is, right, can you imagine somebody trying to do some shit like this in Southside Chicago, or trying to do this in fucking Baltimore, or...
For the Queen.
I see her instantly look at me.
Small microscopic particles that there's nothing similar to microplastics in shrimp and stuff where you eat food and get little pieces of plastic in your gut. You're not literally eating plastic unless you're being delicious sometimes. Right, cool. You don't have to eat my olfactory bulb and causing it brain effects. It's called nasal transmission.
Enemy contact!
Dog, why am I alone? I shouldn't have been alone. I seen a guy, I seen another guy, like, what the fuck? And this guy's over there again.
Enemy mark!
You got that right.
Well, that little son of a bitch's brain is polluted as fuck. And you can't argue about that. I think free devices to stimulate myself, if you know what I'm saying.
Enemy Next up!
Bro, what?
Imagine what will happen to that.
Enemy contact!
What are you doing?
Do we have to avoid skibidi toilet syndrome, which, yes, that is a real thing, according to this YouTube short. Capturing a skibidi toilet syndrome spelled. I'm not sure. I don't think it's the end of the world, but I think it's going to cause a lot of fucking problems. Genuinely speaking, I think that people's lives by technology and just sort of unregulated consumption. It's like how people's lives.
Tell me something, my children. You do plan on winning again sometime soon? Yes?
Not me, though. I'm not here to
Thanks a lot.
Incoming smoke! Enemy sighted! Incoming smoke! Enemy mark! Wrong flag! Flashbang out!
Dude, why does nothing fucking work sometimes? It was so fucking stuck, bro. Look like I'm getting rusty, bro. I ain't getting rusty. Who's that, Torn? What's good, Torn? I ain't getting rusty, bro. It's just this game is fucking trash. It's inconsistent as fuck. One match is smooth, the next match is fucking, you feel like you're running through a swamp. Fucking backwood bayous of Louisiana or some shit. It's just really fucking annoying. Right now my ping is 62. Shit's annoying. The other match I went like fucking 20 and they were like, damn, Putty, how does that backpack feel? Like it's really annoying, man. It's like night and day sometimes.
Throwing flashbang! Anyone else?
I still couldn't shoot. I didn't even get stunned. What the fuck?
Taking out the plan!
Hardwired? Yeah, I'm hardwired.
It's 2020.
Who wants me to live?
Duplex. Sharing a home.
Oh, it doesn't hurt. I mean, also, yes, it also hurts that no matter where I go, their teammates are giving me some damn fire and going to the to the weapons that they need to go to.
Hostile!
Whereas my teammates just, who knows? Oh. Yeah, I'm lagging all over the fucking place. Those ugliest. Still not getting even fucking support fire.
Target acquired locked.
That was nice.
This weekend, seemingly
Still fucking got them with the goddamn torque button tech.
every single time.
I got Modern Warfare 2 if you ever want to play. I play free for all a lot in that bitch.
Flashbang out!
I haven't gotten 3 yet.
There's no help. Yes.
Don't give up yet.
Oh yeah, see that's fucking good. Very nice, very nice. Could help you.
Ventures to r/legal advice to make a post titled Delusional Neighbor
Yeah,
Banks
I
on the
need to
Share Wall
intimidate
when
them
her
from
baby
me.
cries,
So.
and nothing can be done about it. It reads the following. I live in a duplex in Washington State with my husband and my son, who is only 18. My father owns half the duplex and is renting it to us.
Bro, I'm up here alone again, man. This dude's up here with me, but he's not fucking doing shit. What the fuck, Christian? What were you doing, bro?
The previous tenants. The last tenants apparently had been the same when the time husband played against the daughter, but eventually moved out when the behaviors never stopped. Apparently, the neighbor accused him of kidnapping and abusing their
Hey,
children.
okay.
My husband and I brought our son
That's
home
what's
8
up.
months ago. We didn't have any issues
Let me
with
know
it
how that goes.
until about 2 weeks ago. She has begun banging
This
on
guy.
and throwing things at the walls when our son cries. She screams at us as well, but I usually can't hear what she's actually saying.
Oh damn, they got me at the bottom of the
Often
squeeze
screaming
out.
baby, and the 2 dogs going absolutely ballistic because of the banging. It's absolute chaos, and it's made my postpartum anxiety so much worse. Every time the baby cries, I experience intense panic, waiting for
Happy
the
New Year, by the way.
banging to start. We've called the non-emergency
I need
police
to order
once
something to eat.
when I can't handle it anymore. And the
Or
first time I
fucking
talked to her,
find something
she
to
stopped
eat.
doing it as often. Maybe once every 2 days. Tonight, though, she's back at it, and worse than ever. The air quality is so bad right now from the fires that I can't let the dogs out for long to stop them from barking. And the barking makes the
I have to try that shit out. Man, what the fuck?
Keep your wits about you.
Yeah, never seen that before. What the hell? Oh yeah, that's not shocking. Gots to know that. Gots to know that. Damn, he fought for that, but I didn't give no fuck. I took that shit. Wow, what a fucking asshole. This guy comes out of nowhere. He takes my fucking shit. Woo, okay, he does something useful. He got the move, but I got the move, unfortunately.
Oh, you're dead!
I'm going stupid, brother. I'm going stupid. You see this nigga trying to hide? You see this nigga trying to hide? Ah! I was going stupid, brother. That was a 7-kill streak. Where you pick up sniper? Oh, that nigga was a sniper. I forgot he picked up sniper. I'm a goofy. I'm trying to think. Didn't I kill him? No, I did kill him. Yeah, somebody else must have just started camping in there after I killed that guy. Shit, brother. Damn, I just lied hella hard. This game laggy. Oh shit, niggas. 200 ping. Ooh, ice turd. Oh wow. Just quadruple fucking whammy. It's a bunch of weird shit going on. Double. Damn, I can't even mark where I know that nigga's at.
Target down.
This fucking dickhead flanked hard as a bitch. Oh, same guy got me. Got somebody else. Jumping up the barrel. Damn, my shit respawned for real. I'm out here fucking spraying. Got a team on the back again. You see this shit? You see these numbers, my boy? Jeez. Oh shit, what was I doing? Whoops, I'm gonna have to wait for that. Oh fuck, is this dickhead gonna get it for me?
Target down.
Oh my fucking god! Fucking asshole flanked again on my ass. Yeah, man, he gotta be working with that dude. Oh fuck, we losing now, huh? I think a lot of the skills translate sometimes. I take it over to other stuff too. I'm about to switch it up after probably this match. I might switch it up to the finals or Overwatch or maybe Call of Duty. I'm not sure yet. I still believe it'll be bigger on PS5 though. What you mean? Like more popular? I don't know, man. That shit not popular on Xbox, bro. To be honest with you, only the story. If you look at the reviews of this shit, people give it like 5-star reviews, but it's really only because of the fucking story and co-op modes. But they have those are like the most casual fucking people ever. And the story mode is, if you didn't know better, you would think it's so great that it's like the best thing in the world. But Honestly, man, the multiplayer for 5 is so bad right now, man, and it was in a decent state, but then they reverted changes and then just abandoned the game, and after that revert, it's just been trash. And it's been so trash, and the way the coalition handles it, it's just hard to expect Gear 6 to be any better. And this was once one of my favorite games series, but I don't know. I still hold it dearly, but it's fallen off harder than I could ever have thought. I thought with the new technology and shit, you know, it would be better. But nah, they focus too much on how pretty it is rather than how like how smooth the game is, how good the servers are. For a third-person shooter with this high fidelity of graphics and detail and shit, this shit should not be. I got it in performance mode on 120 frames, but this shit should not be it should not be so like glitchy, like so inconsistent, so framey all the time. I still play Siege and only play Siege. Damn, bro, I don't know how you do that shit.
Find them, hunt them down, kill them all.
I tried though. I tried. Bought hella character costumes and shit. Dog, what the fuck was that? 8%? Ugh. 45 this time. Damn, bro. How do you get like 13 ping in this game, man? My ping's mostly always. Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, I want to get into that too. It's hardcore in its own way. Like, you gotta be really ready to be okay with getting shot by a guy who's like literally peeking through the tiniest hole in the wall somewhere that you wouldn't even know that he could even be capable of doing that. Because you're trying to learn the game, but the lobbies are mostly filled with people who only or mostly play that game, so trying to learn it's like more annoying in a game like that, because how the fuck do you learn every single hole that somebody could create to shoot you and immediately kill you with a grenade or something like that just because they know the map? Same with Gears. Gears is like, dog, these people fucking wall bouncing and shit. If you don't play Gears, how do you learn that shit? Like, watch this. This shit right here seems really simple when you just look at me do it. You see that? Look at where my shotgun shot is going. When did I ever aim right there? I never aim right there. It's called a wraparound shot. It's like a cheap thing that you can do with the camera to make your shots go around a corner, basically, on some like wanted shit. Like, damn, brother, how am I shooting way over there from way over here? You know, like, that's cheesy. But that's what comes with like really knowing the game and playing it and putting in the time. Oh, that's pretty fucking whack, brother. How does that? That shit is wide as a motherfucker, man. What the hell? Yeah.
I am impressed. But more important, these beasts are now afraid.
What am I gonna eat? We're supposed to grab hamburger buns. We didn't grab hamburger buns.
Boo! Boo!
There's no leftovers from yesterday. There's no leftovers from the night before. We're dishing. Use it just have to get. Ah. That's true, that's true. I always thought you would end up with both consoles. Or like a PC or something. Oh shit, how did I even avoid the shot? Just shoot him with me, motherfuckers! Why am I shooting him alone and I came to save him? That's what happens to me like 80% of the time when I play games like this, bro. I come to save the day, I clutch, and then I immediately just get left to kill.
You brought this on yourselves.
I lost concentration after that happened, man. I hate when that happens. Yeah, I feel you on that shit. Well, I hope and pray that you get that shit soon, bro, for real. I know I'm cursing and praying in the same sentence, but you know what I mean. I really do wish the best for you, man. Seriously. We all deserve that shit. I mean, not all of us, man. Some people don't. But I feel like me and you definitely deserve a nice comeuppance of some sort. Like, we've been through some shit, seen some shit, lost a lot of shit.
Oh yeah!
It would be nice to be favored for a little bit. Not saying that we aren't favored, but you know what I mean. God damn it. I gotta stop saying these things that are kind of like backtracking or countering what I'm trying to say. But you know what I mean.
Oh yeah!
You get fucked. Bro, that was ugly, man. And it actually worked for him. He actually two-shot me. I don't even know how he was able to two-shot me from down the stairs and so far away. Crazy. This game is so inconsistent. Like, if you know that you're capable of doing that, I promise you the range that I shoot people, I wouldn't shoot them at. But other times, it's like things that you wouldn't even think would work randomly fucking work, or damn, he got both of us and I was trying to save that motherfucker. Oh yeah, you definitely can't be saying yes to these motherfuckers. Especially if they're not able to earn it or do it for themselves, man. You definitely shouldn't just be tricking off on them like that. They gotta be able to carry their own weight, not just be spoiled for no reason, you know? Like, if she happy with just letting you do that without her being able to, you know, do it for herself too, I know, I personally just be feeling like, damn, that says a lot about her character. Like, she's just okay, but basically being at a, like, it's a, like, I don't know, like a self-worth type of thing. Like, somebody else, you shouldn't be able to just latch on to somebody so easily and be okay with that. Like, if you see what they're doing, you should be inspired to, like, at least get to their level. Like, at least. Shit. Do we got it? Yeah. We don't got it, but it's available.
Incoming grenade!
Bro, it's literally just my lifting kit.
Got him! Shock out! Got him! Yes!
They may knock us down, but we
these like
rise
fucking
again.
PC people
Now finish this fight.
fucking shoot exactly so fucking perfect, man. Yeah, I knew this motherfucker was on PC.
Boo!
I hate forced crossplay, man. I really do.
Good to go!
Dibs!
Shock out! Drag out!
I'm down! Now we're talking.
Yes, Keep it up. Humans. Yes, got it. Hey. Eliminated.
Doesn't matter what I do, man. Her son didn't get piped up. Wait, her son got raped by her baby daddy?
Here we go.
Wait, what? Wait. So her son didn't get piped up by her baby daddy? Oh, wait, what the hell?
Look what I found.
Alright. That's pretty fucking wild, man.
Enemy mark.
And she just basically what she's still kind of there though, right? Like she ain't just totally backed off. Is what you're saying too.
Excellent. Frag out.
Hell yeah!
Who got the sniper? Not us? Where the fuck they got the sniper, man?
Fire in the hole.
So that's it right here. So that's it right here who don't want to die. Yeah, man. I tell you, brother, this shit look dumb as fuck. And why is everybody on their team shooting me? But nobody. is shooting them. What the fuck? Damn, you bought that nigga a PS5? Damn, brother. That is pretty fucking wild. You trying to marry these hoes. What the fuck? Well, why the fuck would she need to do that? Why the fuck would she feel the need to do some shit like that?
Yes. Eyes on target.
That's all you got?
You needed this. Revive me.
Come on, guys. What the f... I swear to God. Okay. Yeah. I recently had a run-in with Teddy's strange self. She popped up with her mom and like 3 guys and was claiming that she was coming to pick up some of her stuff. Mind you, bro, this chick has not lived with us in like 6 months at this point. This is like this is like a month ago now. So she called the cop and everything, and I seen this shit while I was on the ring. Like it was on the ring camera and I was at work. And I seen her pull up in a car and all this other shit, and my girl was in the house and her friend. And I told them to just chill, lay low, and all this other stuff, man. That shit was crazy, brother. And this girl was being devious as fuck. Like at one point she was flicking us off in the ring while the cop was in front of her, but like on the low, like when the cop wasn't looking type shit. And the cop was actually calling me, trying to fucking have me come in the fucking crib, bro. They was calling me to let her in the house to actually look for shit. I'm like, whoa, bro, cop, why is she able to do that? She hasn't lived here, and you're telling me I need to schedule a time to let her just come in the house and gather her shit. She doesn't have any rights to anything in this house, bro. What are you talking about, bro? That shit was about to have me really lose my shit, because I'm like I said, she at the point of that happening, she hadn't lived here. She she got her address changed, all types of shit, man. And now all of a sudden you coming back with the police to say we got your shit. What the fuck? Where is this coming from? How's that possible? Fucking wild, man.
Let's do this.
I gotta focus. Yeah, she's. I don't know what's over her, man. Seriously, I really don't, bro. You would think that I've literally had some type of sexual relations with her, or I sold her some kind of crazy dream. Like the way that she's obsessed and just be doing all this weird, crazy shit is wild, man. This dude called me a pussy for camping in a 2v1 where they're standing basically with their backs against the wall sniping and trying to cross me. These dudes are fucking idiots. Yeah, I caught it. The G word too. Oh my god. Damn, bro. Sorry to hear that, man. When did you start making some goddamn donations, man? You be fucking just wasting bread on these hoes, man. Oh yeah, I caught the G word from I'm not gonna lie, man. I caught the C word once. No, was it the C word? Actually, I don't know what the fuck it was. But it was something super light, and I just had to take some pills for it, and that was it. And that happened out here in Vegas. But after that, I never smashed a random Vegas motherfucker ever again, man. That was it for that. For real though, man. Seriously, all it takes is one time. I learned my lesson for it. That shit annoying. Low key, I think sometimes, man, that should still be having like residue effects. I'm actually thinking about planning on going to a doctor soon just to make sure, because this happened like several years ago. But I be sometimes feeling like I don't know. Sometimes I be feeling like, damn, man, I don't know. I got this weird feeling like, not like feeling like, oh, I'm itchy or like some weird shit, but like just I got some weird feeling. Like all they did was tell me to take the pills. They never said come back or follow up. So like I just can't let something like that be of the chance. I need to actually get confirmation, like the pills work type shit. That's all. Hold up, I gotta rush and look at the Sonic menu. Yeah, Kania, was it Kania Isaac? Nah, it's probably some random chick. Yeah, you had to take a shot in the ass. Oh my god, brother. Life is crazy. All right, hold on. Don't keep typing. Well, I guess you could keep typing even though I'm not in the stream. Give me 1 second though. I'm gonna switch games. I'm back. I'm biggity back. Alright, let me see. What do they got? What do they got? What do they got? Just trying to see that menu, baby. What's with the combos? Garlic butter bacon cheeseburger? What the fuck? Oh no, nigga, I want that. Garlic butter? What the fuck? No, let me get that. Garlic butter bacon cheeseburger. That shit sound wild, bro. That shit sound wild, bro. Oscar Smith? Okay. Yeah. Alright, we gonna let that ride. I ain't gonna save it. I think I already saved that. What was I doing in that shit? Okay. Just getting all the collectibles that I can for now. Cause I know we're gonna be able to come back later. And they haven't said anything about me being able to. Yeah, they didn't say anything about the water having receded yet. But I think there's gonna be enemies this way, so we'll just go to Safeway. Tell you everything about 2023. Yeah, hell yeah, tell me. God damn. Still outside of her marriage with me too, so she did something. Damn. Yep. Wow. Man, it's crazy, man. Once a hoe, always a hoe, man. What the hell going on? Ain't learned our lesson yet. Still on that weird shit. Even with the new nigga. And the new nigga is probably an old nigga, man, which is crazy. It's like a fucking pool over there, man. Like everybody just gotta be fucking everybody at all fucking times, man. That shit don't ever change. Virginia is big, but also too small at the same time. It's because there's not enough fucking jobs, man. Too many samey ass jobs. Everybody fucking run into each other, man. Shit's whack. Yeah, I mean, what will be the point, you know? Might as well. If she's still doing that shit, you should already know that she ain't never gonna be nothing more than that right there, man. Just booty call. Unfortunately. If she ain't made it clear enough already, I don't know what else she could do. Damn, man, I really wanted to get this game for my birthday, but we gotta eat. I gotta send. I gotta send this to my girl, man, so we can get some food. I was trying to hold out so I can get that shit, but that cannot happen. Trying to get the savings up, man. Trying to get the savings and this credit up, man. Nigga has not started building credit at all, bro. I gotta start building credit, man. I just was never really educated on it, so I don't want to take the risk of putting myself in a negative situation. So, but yeah, definitely. What the fuck? The hell? Fucking lights were broken in this bitch. When are we gonna get an update? Let me see, man. I gotta know, man. I'm looking for some DLC, an update. Give me something, man. Give me some new guns to play with. I like this game a lot, but I don't want to just replay this shit all the way to the end just to find out all I'm gonna do is pick up some more papers off the floor. That's pretty whack. And I do know like one or two other things that should be coming soon. It didn't tell her. Oh yeah, yeah. I just read that. Is that shit about to start tripping out again? We about to find out. Damn. Yep. What's up, baby?
What the hell? Where am I?
Mulligan and Thornton in the wreckage of the morgue. Shadows.
Okay, do you want fries and stuff too?
Yeah, large fry. Can I get an extra large fry?
What? Jay, that's not a thing.
No, like I want one and then another one,
Yes, please.
like an additional one.
My code is 9304.
Casey's favorite brand. Tastes terrible.
Baby, I meant like a second large fry.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I was saying like a second large fry.
Oh, okay. Can I get a 4C, please? Oh, no, I'm sorry, 4D? Yes. Yes, please.
Fresh, please.
What do you want for your drink?
Lemonade.
A lemonade? Okay, can I do a lemonade, please?
Okay, Sprite.
A Sprite, please.
He's like,
And
what?
then could I also do a number 7 with no pickles, no mustard? I'm a medium.
And an extra large fry.
I'll do the fruit punch, please, with light ice. Oh, I forgot you switched it to orange. I'm sorry. I'll just do Powerade. Yes. And then can I have another large fry? And then can I get all of it fresh? I can wait. And then that's it.
You want a McDonald's muffin? You nasty.
Thank you. What'd you say, Jay?
You want a McDonald's muffin? You're nasty.
I'm not eating a muffin.
Extra large fry, always cooked fresh on top of the large combo. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
What? You just asked for another large fry.
No,
Alright.
I'm talking to my boy Torin right now.
Oh, I was like, what are you talking about a muffin? I didn't order a muffin.
Bro, when you go to these places that you know be in like the not so great locations, you gotta tell them motherfuckers you want that shit fresh, bro. Or they gonna give you the shit that fell on the floor 3 hours ago. Like, what the fuck? I don't want that shit.
Thank you. Have a great night.
I'm like, bro, you can bitch all you want. Why not? Like, yeah, especially if we spending money. I'm like, dog, I ain't about to spend this money just to, get some shit and then be hungry. Yeah, I said it like 3 times. What else?
Oh, that's so cool. Where did he pop up from?
He's in the stream right now, like in the chat. My girl said, that's so cool, because we're talking right now. Let me see. Which is a win, brother. That is definitely the win. You gotta get it fresh, man. On top of the large combo. And I put them new fries in the grease. Oh, my mama. Oh, you watched them. Hell yeah. If I could, I would watch them. Man, you better drop that shit fresh, man. Come on, bro. Like, what the fuck else are they doing? Like, y'all pre-making the food? For real? Like, that food couldn't have been, like, made within the last hour. Like, come on, man. You really want to give me that? You really want to give me that, man? Like, I'm coming to you this late at night, too. Like, you gotta understand that I might be coming off of work. I might be having a bad day. It's late. Like, come on, man. Yeah, homeboy seemed pretty nice, but those motherfuckers are the same ones that make me scared that they actually gonna spit in your shit. Like, ugh, this bitch just asked for all of this shit. Drop a pube in her food. Like, oof.
Why would you say that?
Well, just imagine it.
I think I'll be okay. I don't think they're gonna do that.
Yeah, pubes are digestible.
The sermon cereal was really good, actually.
The cemetery was really good. He said knock on wood. Oh, that's good. I like to hear that. I like hearing that.
It was really nice. I think I really need to work on my relationship with God, though, because I don't think
What the?
it just sucks because I just feel so disconnected in a way, but like connected at the same time. Like I feel like everybody around me is getting talked to. Like they have something for them there. Like they're getting something prophesied to them pretty frequently, and it's like progressing, and you can hear where they came from compared to where they are now, and just like the progression of it all. And I'm still just there. So I'm like, I really need to do the work that God has been telling me to do because I just keep not doing it. I need to just go ahead and do it before I like ruin myself. You know what I mean?
I like when you talk like that. So I like when you talk like that.
I gotta really get it together. And also, I be so focused on everybody else's relationship with God around me instead of mine. Like, I be so focused on, like, your relationship with God. Like, I'm like, does Jay have a relationship with God? Am I walking with God? Whatever. But it's like, are you the woman of God? You know what I mean? Like, am I doing my part that I need to do in order to make sure that our household is going down the right path? Or, like, why am I so focused on what you're doing with your relationship with God? I need to be focused on what I'm doing before I can even come here to questioning you about yours.
Absolutely.
I really need to watch myself.
Okay. All right. I said okay. All right.
Does that make sense, or you think that sounds dumb?
No, not at all. That's literally. He's saying his mom would love you, and yeah. What you're saying is totally valid, baby. It's totally okay.
I'm here.
And what?
Logan.
I said Torrance said his mom would love you, and I was saying that what you're saying is valid and it is understandable. It is reasonable. Yeah, you're on speaker. No, you're good. Shit, yeah.
The story is trying to take Logan. I can still stop.
Fuck yeah.
I need the
Hopefully you don't drive like you do when we get off work. Haha. Driving, you're sick?
This way and the other overlap. It's a loop. Just like before.
Holy. Well.
The work is that God told you to do, and stop trying to run behind Him and take care of it yourself. That's how all these people in the Bible end up getting messed up.
Yeah, for the entire Twitch stream to here. Just
Like, how you gonna praise God in church and you look like a zombie? That's it. That's crazy.
Nah. You funny. Alright, love you. See you soon. Drive safe. The hell, girl? Damn, girl. She cool, man. She cool. working on it, man. You gotta mold them a little bit. You know, I love my girl, but you know, got some work to do. For sure, for sure. She could be a little special sometimes. You seen that Cat Williams interview? That shit was funny as a motherfucker, man. Trying to figure out what to fucking do. She's about to be here. Oh, she's actually here a little bit sooner than normal. Normally this motherfucker takes forever to get home. Alright, nah, for this part it's gonna get tense. Better than church than Jezebel's. Oh, nah. Yeah, she cool, bro. She's cool. She cool beans. Cool beans. Pretty sure that's what people say still. Yeah, I think maybe it was a good thing I got out of there, man. Most of the motherfuckers really do just be smashing in the same circles. I ain't trying to be Eskimo brothers with half the fucking motherfuckers that graduated with me. Like, that's fucking weird. Oh, mamas.
This is a nightmare. I can't get
oh
through that.
shit.
I need to look for another
Oh,
way
you
through.
can. You definitely can get through that. Okay, I hear music. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. I'm gonna stop that immediately. Pretty sure the enemy's gonna pop up now. Playing with me long enough. Okay, we finally got a little bit of light source for this. That's good. That's good. That's definitely good. Yeah, man, being impressionable is probably the best for these modern day ones, man. I tell you that much, man. They don't make them like they used to. Yeah, yeah. What the fuck? I ended up back in the same spot. Okay, this path wasn't like this last time. Man, I'm telling you, popping in games is one of the one things that breaks immersion the most. It's crazy that popping is still such a bad, like such a consistent issue in gaming still. It's like popping like fucking 2 yards in front of you. Like, what the fuck? Alright, man, where the fuck am I supposed to go this time? Guess it was a dead end and wait a minute. Oof. God damn it, bitch. It's Alan Wake. Shit's dope as fuck. Story is crazy as a motherfucker, man. I love this shit. I already beat it, but they added they added New Game Plus. But the way the story is set up, like the way the New Game Plus could be implemented, it could legitimately be implemented in a way where the New Game Plus could also be an actual like a it could actually play into the main story in a way. Like it's pretty crazy. If that makes sense to you. Damn, man, I wasted all my fucking rifle ammo on those motherfuckers, bro. And they were lightweight, too. Graphics are crazy, though. You can see their breath in the fucking light when I'm moving.
Okay. Going down.
Finally. I did not like the sound of that. I can't even see what's down here when we get down here. Okay, the game didn't do any weird shit. Make some shit pop up. What the fuck? What the hell was that? Oh.
Trapped how? What does that mean?
Oh shit, I need to heal. Oh fuck. Back in the beginning of this shit. They need to give me some fucking ammo this time. What's up, baby? Thanks, girl. This time I got the turn the radio off. That's funny. Sheesh. You know I got that fresh large fry, my boy. Bitch. Never been so happy to see McDonald's since the last time I was happy to get McDonald's. Good shit, baby. It's only because it's fresh, though, you know? When it's not fresh, I just want to cry. What you about to do? Okay. Let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done. To watch something, maybe? Maybe. No, these ain't fresh fries, they lie. That's crazy. It's definitely Definitely some reheated ass motherfucking fries. I don't even think they reheated it. To be low-key with you.
Probably only gonna read until like 11, so like for the next 30 minutes or so.
You wanna take Kratos?
You coming, mommy? Come on.
Nah, bro, I'm skinny as fuck. My face ain't getting fat. I wish. Or it's just getting like that age or something, you know. Ah, fuck! I bit my lip. Damn, that shit hurt. The hell? Yeah, yeah, they definitely did not give me some fresh ones though. Niggas know when that shit fresh. That shit's cool though. Cool though. Still, you know, they still reheated it. That just makes me scared to see what the sandwich looks like though. What you gonna see though? You know what's crazy though? You can ask them to make it fresh and them motherfuckers make you wait and then they don't do nothing. But just reheat that shit and then just have you sitting there acting like they doing something. That shit crazy. Probably. Yo, random question. You think motherfuckers are more likely to make fresh food for families when they see kids or no kids are involved than when it's just like solo individuals, or it's equally as likely that they could just get some bullshit too? Oh shit. Like turn to blood. Damn. Mm-mm-mm. I'm sorry, I'm just sitting here stream. I gotta eat, bro. I ain't eat all day. Yo, do you ever try to get into any crypto or any that parlay shit everybody's doing nowadays? You into that stuff? Maybe you can explain it to me, cause I don't know. FanDuel. FanDuel is parlays? I thought that was like fantasy football type shit. Is that what a parlay is? Fantasy football? This whole time I thought it was like, yeah, that was better. Okay, okay, okay. Why is that shit getting so big now? Like, why now? What's different now than before? Ah. I remember one time Justin came over. This dude Justin had an app, and he was betting on niggas playing games. I couldn't believe it. It sounds like what you're describing. It looked like what you're describing. I mean, like he was looking like he could just scroll through all these different active live games or whatever and just bet on whoever was participating. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay. I'm out the loop. I'm out the loop big time. My nigga Theo been on that shit for like 2 years, man. He been posting that shit like, I got the, I got the fucking shits. I got the shits. Hit me up or pay this much for it, and I'll give it to you. I'm like, damn, man. We live in Vegas, so that nigga be on it. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it's all up. Wonder why motherfuckers get so into that. Obviously money, but maybe the come up is really like that and doing it. Yeah. What the fuck? Damn, I really gotta step my shit up, man. I just go to work and take my ass home. Okay. I thought you meant like you had one outing where you did it and then you actually just raked in 30,000 on the bet. I'm like, damn, that sounds like some movie shit. Like, holy fuck, he must have bet on the underdog. Like, I get you though. Card. Mm. Yeah. Slip. What that mean when the box clammy, man? Ain't no steam leaking out our bird now. Fucking around with my audio. Oh my god, I called it, bro. They crispified my sandwich, bro. They fucked me over, man. This sandwich look nastier than a motherfucker, bro. I can't even tell her that, man. Got some fucking not eating anything but fries tonight. That's fucking whack, man. But this sandwich look nasty as fuck. They fucking torched my fucking the patty of the crispy chicken sandwich to so that shit black as my damn grinder top, man. That shit crazy. Fuck, man. I'm so tired of that shit happening, man. I knew something was up. And I can't even tell her that shit. She gonna be mad. Sandwich looks terrible, dog. She said she was the only one in the driveway too, bro. Imagine that shit coming out like this. It's not even warm right now too, so that's how I know they didn't even like really. Damn, man. I swear, man. Bro, you just don't know how tired I am of not eating, and then when I think I'm gonna eat, I end up not eating or some weird shit. Should be breaking my soul, man. 'Cause at the end of a long day, all I want is a nice meal. Like, without it being a question mark attached or an asterisk, you know. Seriously. Yeah, she was coming from church, so. Yeah, she can. But because she went to church and the service lasts so long on nights like this after we get off work, it's either we have leftovers or something, or yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, she would still cook this late sometimes. Not 10 o'clock, maybe like when she actually got here, maybe like 30 minutes ago, she would have tried to whip something up real quick, but nah, it's cool. I wouldn't want her to do that for me, man. Not right now. I should have just made a wiser choice and not. It's just when you ask the motherfuckers to make it fresh and they still fuck you over, man. That make me want to blow up a goddamn McDonald's or fucking build it myself. Like, it made me really just want to. I hit this one. Did I kill him like that? Damn. Nah, nigga. That's her. I got my own relationship with God, bro. I just talk to him when I talk to him. I ask him for help when I need help, you know. Like, asking for advice. Oh, fuck. This nigga just came out of nowhere. But yes, to answer your question, yes, you can. Damn, man. Do not understand.
Show the bitch who's boss!
What, you trying to call me today?
Saga Anderson, listen.
About to go to bed.
I've been tricked. Scratch wrote. I tried to fix the story, but has it now. It's the key to escape.
Yeah, it was good talking to you too, bro. Always, always, always.
You're
Yeah, my phone situation. You called me today, my bad.
I wrote to be the story's hero. Save her family. Save us all.
Save her family? Are you talking about my family?
Yes.
I got you, though.
You know it's working. You just need to keep going.
Did you put my family in the horror story? I keep seeing him in overlaps, but he's already out. Are these visions coming from the past, when he was still trapped in the dark place? I have the clicker. I can stop this nightmare. Wake said he could use the clicker to undo the horror story. I need to get back to Bright Falls, to Casey and Wake. I should check in with Casey.
children take the story.
Another one of those rhymes. Makes sense. Okay, then. I'm gonna need a bigger charm bracelet.
broken door.
Too many places to hide. I search the woods.
Come on, Casey. No answer. David. Pick up, pick up, pick up.
Hey, this is David. Leave a message.
David, can you call me back, please? It's urgent. Please. Why isn't David answering? Is Logan all right? How does this all work? Has the horror story already gotten her? Wake should know. The flooding's lowered. I should look around, see what the water was hiding. On greener pastures now. There's a rhyme over here. No. Nope. Keep trying. That's not right. Ugh. Nah. Okay. Another charm.
Dug in. Crawling.
Alright, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful day tomorrow. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. I know I'm like a little late, but yeah. Birthday's in like 3 days. Don't know what I'm gonna do to celebrate. Don't got any money right now. Probably just chill a stream with you guys. See you then.